Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show. So without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Friday edition of the stream. Today we're working on a little bit more Insignia dev, and I've added a bit of a clickbait title. It's not clickbait, it's real, to the YouTube channel. Well, we'll get into it in a second. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here on YouTube and on Twitch. Welcome. Music is a bit loud. I feel like it might be. Let me turn that down a little bit. Hang on a second. There we go. How's that? I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat, Twitch and YouTube. Big thanks to, I don't know how to pronounce that, Vertex for the most recent follow and Eyes for the most recent subscription. So let's talk about it. I, on the YouTube upload, have written last stream on this channel. All right. Basically, a year ago, January last year, I tried streaming on YouTube for the first time. And I felt like I noticed at the time that there was quite a strong signal from existing followers of the Twitch stream, of the YouTube channel, sorry, like people who watch my pixel art content. There was quite a strong signal from them that watching me stream game development daily is just not what they subscribed for. And after about like a month and a half of streaming, back last year, I sort of decided, okay, this isn't going very well. I'm just going to leave this. And then about 2 or 3 months later, I had the thought that like maybe I just didn't give it enough time. Maybe there's like a portion of the audience that, just needs to be filtered through who, aren't interested in the content anymore. And maybe that's fine. And maybe I'm gaining a new audience who is interested in game dev, and watching game dev streams. And I mean, look, this isn't like a final decision forever, but for now, well, I don't really know. I guess I have to make a call, but in the last 6 months, basically, since I've been streaming again daily, like since this January, I spent the last 5 months streaming pretty much every day on the channel, on YouTube. And that signal, right, those unsubscribe numbers are pretty consistent. Like, there's quite a large number of people who every day unsubscribe when they see a stream of mine on the channel. And it's just not, I don't think it's great for the health of the channel. Overall, like I feel like my normal videos aren't getting as promoted when I upload them. And it just isn't like, I'd hoped maybe after like a month or two, we'd see a bit of a bounce back, but like, it's pretty consistent. And I don't really want to have the content that I make that's like not VOD content, but like video content. I don't want that content to suffer because of the audience being split among people who want to watch a stream versus people who want to watch pixel art tutorials. They are just not the same content. And I mean, like, it's so difficult to feel confident about this decision. It's so difficult to say, yep, this is the right decision, and it's for this reason, and it'll always be this reason. And if I was to, keep doing this way, I would keep getting the same result, because I don't know how the future works, right? I can't tell what would happen. But yeah, we're on Twitch. So I'm not saying that I would stop streaming, right? What I'm suggesting is that I might make a second channel for YouTube. So that's not a big deal, that's totally fine. And if you're interested in continuing to watch the streams on YouTube, I'm going to try and continue them. We might take a little bit of a break, though. You might miss a few of the streams. But what I'm trying to do in the next month is think about strategy. As we go into production on Insignia, like full production, coming out of this little alpha phase and finishing chapter 1, I need to really review the content creation strategy, because I feel like the last 18 months, it's not been where I want it to be, and we're not really keeping up with where content creation is today. I feel like I'm not adapting very well. Part of that is because I've just decided over that period of time since we got the grant, or since I started applying for the grants, that I just wanted to focus on the game. So strategically, I haven't really been active. I haven't been thinking very hard about like how the YouTube content should change or grow or anything like that. What I think is it's a little unfortunate, but what I think is the case for me personally, like as a content creator, I've known for like years now, plural, like 2-3 years, that like the pixel art content in and of itself is not what I want to be creating indefinitely. I just don't get the same thing out of it as I did when I started, because I feel like I've covered so much of it that I don't have much else to say on it. But there is this awkward tension where the YouTube channel has so much value in the audience that it is, and as like a library of content, that when I try to pivot into other things that I'm interested in, there's tension there. It creates friction because some people like that content and they don't want it to be changed or modified or diluted by other content, which I respect. But it also means that I have to sort of start fresh if I was to start a new channel for, different things. I'm not sure yet. I don't really know what the right way to do that is. I know that like a lot of big content creators kind of get away with starting a new channel and just most of their audience just jumps over and that second channel takes off just as easily. I don't know what it would be like to start a new channel for videos. And I probably wouldn't. Like, I think a lot of my content is design related. So if I was to do like an essay on like game design or whatever, I think that would be okay to stay on Indie Tales. But maybe the dev streams should be in a separate channel for now. I just don't like the idea of starting from scratch. But I know that I shouldn't think that way. Separately, there's also the idea of like doing lives on mobile friendly platforms like TikTok and Instagram. To me, co-streaming on those kind of platforms is, or like producing more content for those platforms is a super gray area. It feels weird because it doesn't feel like a natural fit at all. But there are so many people who watch content on those platforms that like, I don't know really what the best path would be, like how I would approach it. And then finally, there's the distinction between like content that I want to make as a content creator versus content that helps Insignia grow. That is another point of friction that it's very hard to separate because I'm so invested in Insignia. I really, and I think that the content that you who are watching the stream right now enjoy is this sort of like, we're learning, we're making, we're hanging out. That's the content. And I think that's pretty great for the people who like it, but it's hard to have that propagate out. It's hard to make like bite-sized content out of you know, this what is otherwise a pretty honest and uncut look into what it is to make this kind of game. And for me, like motivationally, my like vision statement, the thing that drives me is to actually express that more, right? To give like a less curated, less manicured kind of, I don't want to sell game dev to you as something that's fun and sexy. I want to expose the fact that game dev's not easy, but maybe encourage people to be better informed, at least as they go into it, so that they can go through it with less pain and tension than I have. But you know, there's beauty in how difficult it is, and in the amount that you have to learn. Like, it's really worth recognizing what an achievement any game that releases is, and just equipping people with I guess fewer illusions. You know, trying to like give people the tools to go in responsibly is something that I want to do. So that's what I've been doing this whole time in my mind. But I recognize that, you know, a lot of people, like most of my audience, finds me because they already think that they want to start making assets for games, and they're already jumping in, and they just want someone to tell them how to do the stuff they want to make as easy as possible. That's where most people know me, right? That's what they understand me as. And people who, like developers who have taken development seriously, who learned about me that way, I've met many of them who say, oh, like it's, you know, and I'm a big fan of Insignia, after they say, I found your content, blah, blah, blah. They also, you know, appreciate the game. But I think that audience of like fellow game developers who appreciate Insignia, having been on the journey and learned from me, that's not like the whole audience. And it's hard to know, yeah, again, the difference between like catering to the audience who likes all of the content I make, as niche as that is, or going wider, or all of that stuff. So yeah. Well, that's the other thing, Michael Vicente on Vicente on YouTube says, problem with game dev channels is that the YouTube algo will bring game dev watchers, but not necessarily players who want simpler content. So 2 channels is good. Yeah, I mean, that's another side of it, like dev versus, well, I mean, I don't really make content for game players, really. Like, I don't do reviews, I don't do, you know, promotional content. I don't mind doing that content. I have an interest in it, but it's not really what I make. Maddie Man says, I'm a gameplay engineer working in Unreal Engine. I work remotely, so I like watching streams of others doing work. It's interesting watching others work while I do my own work. Yeah, of course. Yeah, and that's been a huge part of, like, if we're talking about for me, I love streaming for that reason. It's so nice to have like people, like other voices, you know, sort of be in the peripheral while I'm working, because it feels like I'm not alone. And that's really, game dev can be so isolating. So it's nice to just know that there are other people doing a similar thing. Yeah. Well, look, I think at the very least, I'll continue the streams on YouTube. They might not be on this channel. They might just have to be on Indie Tales live channel. I wish there was a way to like cross upload. I wish I was a way to migrate my content off. The thing is, I don't know what YouTube wants me to do. That's the other thing that's weird. Like, it's so unfortunate that like I can't just click some buttons and reconfigure my YouTube algorithm to, you know, to support 2 different audiences. So I don't know. All right, let's talk about Insignia, shall we? I did some submissions yesterday. I have I've submitted the game to Screen New South Wales. I know there are some bugs in it. I have scope to upload future updates to them, so it's not a huge deal. But I'm able to build them now for the work. Screen Australia, I will be delivering on Monday. What I think it's so important that we talk for a second about strategy broadly, because otherwise we're going to be stuck. I mean, I have been personally stuck on bug fix mode in a panic for the last, I don't know how long. So 3 weeks maybe, which is good. Like QA is important, and just getting through the task list is good, because especially the critical bugs, they get in the way. But right now we don't really have many critical bugs. Like above this white line is stuff that I would want done before the thing gets done. Below the white line is like stuff that I would get done before the game releases, but not necessarily before the demo is done. But polishing the demo is not the same as finishing the game. And finishing the game is my priority, or at least broadly speaking, that's kind of where I don't want to sacrifice the game for the demo. So we were talking a little bit, I think I introduced you to this little timeline last stream, where, we're sort of almost in the middle of June now. And I'm trying to have this demo pushed, trying to move on. And I'm trying to, most importantly, get publishers in a place where I can have these productive conversations about funding with them. However, I have, I think it will be possible for me this year to fund Chapter 2 of the game, the production of Chapter 2, without a publisher. Just by virtue of some really positive things that are happening around me to do with, my work and around my work and blah, blah, blah. It might be the case that I've just got enough budget to keep going. And if that's the case, right now, our priorities are kind of like suddenly ballooning out from just working on alpha stuff to really trying to get everything into gear so that we can get more momentum. And that's kind of like this July point is like really scary for me, because it's kind of like it gets a bit dense, because this needs to be happening throughout. This probably should still kind of be happening. I've got stuff that I'm doing. This is now like 5 streams of work. I also need to consider like onboarding, upscaling, content. That's part of like this brand refresh thing. It sort of like lives in that. So like we're talking about YouTube and this, the channel and all that kind of stuff. There's that, but there's also this thing of like onboarding and upscaling the team. Production, which is almost a separate thing from pre-production on Chapter 2. And the I'll sort of talk you through it, because it is interesting. It's just also not easy. It's just like quite a challenge. So let me see if I can get this going. This goes down here. This goes up here. This can go, I guess. All right. Yidra Mansion or Yidra Manor? Mana, maybe? Hey, Guillaume. How's it going? Okay. So let's talk first about Scene Graph. Scene Graph is a tool that I started building for Insignia many years ago, and that I am really interested in pushing out as a product. I think this could actually fund part of the production for the rest of the game if it's finished. And I really want to spend some time, maybe the next few weeks, on just delivering this thing. This would involve a little bit of user testing, and I guess we want to try to find like an MVP point for this. And then getting a stable release that's done, and then consider other stuff after that, other future releases. That dovetails nicely into this onboarding and upscaling production. So I see Insignia as kind of like two things. I think any game dev project is like these two things, right? Oh, this is Figma, Alex. So I have this thing that I'm doing where I see game dev as, it's like building a car and it's also driving the car. So you need to reach a finish line, but you need to build the car in order to drive it. And even while you're driving it, you can make it faster. You can tune it up, you can make it better. And when you do that, you kind of have to pull over a little bit for a pit stop, but when you get back on the road again, you're driving faster than you did before. So for me, this has been a constant process. I'm always thinking about tools and workflows, and it has made a huge difference. Like, I can't explain how much more efficient debugging cutscenes has been since I standardized the cutscene system. Like, it used to be that every cutscene had its own custom script that drove all of the things, and if anything changed, that scene would break, and if I wanted to make some improvement to how I solved problems, I'd have to re-implement that solution everywhere. Having a system that handles all that stuff is really, really helpful. And a standardized process for things like when an NPC exists in multiple cutscenes in the same scene, how do the different cutscenes interact with that? Because the way that I've currently got it set up is that cutscenes contain, they are wrappers for all of the contents. So if an NPC appears in multiple cutscenes, what do I do with that? Currently, like in the current view, I actually split them out into multiple. But sometimes one NPC will talk to you and then move somewhere and then talk to you again, or be available to talk again. So I'm sort of finding the exact, set of dependencies and how those things should be related. But as I'm doing it, yeah, I'm feeling really confident about the system. So I just click one button and it populates the dialogue, and it creates groups for the NPCs, gives different dialogue, different tracks for, animations versus like navigation. It has activation tracks, and it'll do that procedurally just based on who I said was in the cutscene, based on the script that I wrote. So it's really great. But, and there are lots of tools like this that I rely on, but as we start getting into chapter 2 again, and not just chapter 2, but the rest of the game, that's kind of how this has become. So like, I'll finish the sentence. As we move into pre-production for the rest of the game, there are new problems that I'm starting to realize are going to be really pertinent later, because I'm already starting to feel the chafe now. And currently, the biggest challenge as the game gets more expansive and more complex is this causality system. Oh, you can't see my mouse. That's no good. One sec. There we go. So basically, it's this thing as the game gets more complex, how do you track the serialized game state? How do you track all of the quests in the game? How do you track all of the crafting in the game? Specifically, the thing that I need to be able to do is look at this, or look at this, or look at this, or whatever, and see from a top-down view an abbreviated player experience so that I can evaluate design decisions that affect that experience. A really good example of this is like in Zelda, you have this thing called the Hero's Path in Breath of the Wild, and it tracks your gameplay. So over the course of the game, you can see, oh, I went here and then I went there, and you can scrub back and forth and see how the game, how the game works, or how you played the game. And what I think is great about this is the idea that it shows you, basically, you could use this as like an analogy for the content as it's distributed out of the game. So you probably find that most players have a lot of, scribbles in the corners, and they're crossing back and forth over the middle. My game is a game that is kind of like a linear path with a lot of branching paths. And it's important to me to be able to effectively estimate what that hero's path should be in my game. Now, that's not to say I want to see lines drawn on the screen, but I do want to be able to see, okay, if there's an NPC that is here in Orenstead, and they send you on a quest to get some items, and the items are here, and then they give you a recipe at the end of the quest, a design to forge something, and to forge the thing, I need to go here. How much work, how complicated is it for the player to do all of that stuff? And how likely is it that they will want to do it? Is it clear that the player needs to do all of this jumping around? Or should I maybe bring some of these items closer in? Maybe if I can swap an item that's in a chest over here for an item that's in a chest over here, maybe I can make the quest a lot shorter. So these are kind of like really critical design decisions. Like, it's super important to be able to balance this stuff so that the player doesn't have to backtrack quite so much. Or at least so that you understand what you're asking the player to do, right? It's possible that, I could give you a quest that you can't even complete because I haven't placed the crafting materials that you need inside of the chapter. Maybe like the first time you come across, spider eyeball is like somewhere in chapter 2, but one of the quests in chapter 1 requires it. So stuff like that, I really need to be able to validate. And that's going to become more difficult as we build more of the game. So one of the tools that I want to build, coming back to this, during this production is to expand the causality editor to include items and crafting designs. In fact, I think it might be something like I need a generalized solution such that I can track anything that I create as trackable. And I can see that visually across the whole game. I think that would be an awesome goal. It might take about 2 weeks to build, but it would be really valuable, I think, to have that oversight. And I think that there's more to it than that even. But as I've been speaking to our composer Morgan and the rest of the team about maybe starting back up again, this question of okay, let's retroactively look back on chapter 1 and our workflow and think about what we would want in order to make it better. That's my priority too, right? As the director and as a producer or whatever, I want to know what they found where they found there to be tension and how we can make that go faster and be less, friction-y in the future. And even in the short, short exchange that I had on that call with Morgan, it seemed pretty clear that for us to really nail this production, we're really going to have quite a good oversight over the game. You know what I mean? It should be quite easy for someone to jump in and see the whole, because the game is like, even the music, is so, we want to do so much with it. But we want to be as efficient as possible. I think this is about the way that I think about this. There's like this kind of dynamic that I've experienced a lot as I've been working on games like this for a while now, and it's this idea that like you have this. I mean, it happens when I'm drawing as well. You want to draw something, and it might need to take on a specific shape, right? Maybe it's like this and that, right? That's the thing you need to draw. And yeah, you need to be able to look at this at a specific resolution, right? Like if you were to draw this thing with 4 pixels, it's just going to look like a big gray nothing. If you were to look at it as 16 pixels, okay, now you can at least fill this stuff. And at some point, you're going to need to break it down such that this stuff is dense enough that you can capture that this is a gap, and this is a gap, and this is a gap, but this is filled, and this is filled. Even this, you might need to break down more. In software engineering, you would call this like a quad tree. An inefficiently designed system would say, instead of a quad tree, it would treat all of this as a grid. Like it would say, oh, we need everything to be this granular because, well, we know we need to be granular here, so why don't we just be granular everywhere? Let's try to find, let's try to attack everything with the level of specificity as the most specific parts of the game. But I think good, confident design is about knowing when you don't need that specificity and when you can be more abstract. But hey, Bilbo Swaggins, thank you so much for the sub. But I think the really, really critical thing that I've noticed about game dev is that when you have a really big thing that has a lot of details in it, it can get really, really hard to determine, to set up a workflow that allows you to see from a top-down level where the details are and only focus on the details. It's really hard to do that, to be like, oh, because my project is full of stuff. Like when I say, for example, if I'm not organized at all and I say, okay, I've got a sprite folder in my game and all of my sprites appear in the game like that. Okay, this is really daunting, right? If I look at this, it's like, oh shoot, how am I ever going to finish working on this game? I have so many sprites. How do I find what I'm looking for? Right? It's like impossible. How would I ever? This is making me nervous just to look at this. I mean, the computer can't even keep up with it. But you don't deal with your game this way, right? You don't like look at every script at once. You don't look at every sprite at once. But if you're just using like a file browser, the trouble is that you're either looking at everything at once in like a giant, grid, or you're looking at one grid, right? One folder, one whatever. But neither of those two things are the abstract. Hey, Atomies, thank you so much for joining us. I've been working on this game for 8 years. So this thing is the thing that I spend a lot of time trying to chase. It's this kind of like oversight of the vibe, because you can't get a vibe from looking at everything at once in granular detail, and you can't get a vibe from looking at a couple of things at granular detail. You have to be able to look at the abstract. That's what the tools are for. And I just know that we're going to need more tools. That's basically what I'm really trying to say, or at least better tools. And I think there's something interesting that I'm really starting to get excited by, which is the idea that scene graph will become more than just a scene graph. I talked about this with Elzak, like 6 months ago, maybe, when we were thinking about scene graph's next iteration. And we were talking about the idea of having other things like quests and items be, shown in scene graph. Yeah, I do. I have a game called Arrowbound. If you have an Android device, or you can get it on BlueStacks, I have a game called Arrowbound. It's a small mobile game. It's kind of like something between Jump King and Angry Birds. I made that in 2020, and I have a bunch of jam games you can play on up on -hill.itch.io. They're not all very polished because they're all done in a weekend, but that's just an example of stuff that I've made. So what I've noticed is that you start when you organize the game, right? Like genres are these things that are words that we use to describe different kinds of games. And the thing that separates the kinds of games is their structure. And that structure, when you're making a game, reveals itself a little bit. So in my case, because I'm making an adventure game, so much of the game's structure is about what items you have and what things you've done. That's like even a point and click adventure would look like that, where it's like, okay, you have all of these items, some of them are in your inventory, some of them are in NPCs, and you need to basically run around the game trading items with people in order to make progress. It's not an RPG because it's not about levels. You don't gain XP. You gain access to different parts of the game by engaging with the item system. And there's crafting, which also helps you navigate that as well. So what I'm learning is that, like, well, if that's the way my game is internally structured, the best representation of that structure is the world map. Because the play experience and the items and the quests and to some extent the crafting, at least the crafting materials, are serialized, they're placed in the world. That's what makes up the game's data. And when we're talking about music for the game, we're actually finding that that's the same thing, or at least there's a lot of value in thinking about the musical score of the game in terms of the world map. So like maybe this area needs a theme, or maybe this kind of situation needs a theme, or maybe if we have a character theme, maybe this character's theme is the place where they're from. You know, like I've got 5 regions, and in every region there's like a character who represents that region. So like maybe you try to find these like overlapping points where like, oh, actually these two things are bound by the same thing, and we can communicate that to the player, you know, through being explicit about it. And that's the next thing, I think. Like, one of the things as we've been alpha testing it's always been clear to me. It's like abundantly clear and extremely embarrassing every time this happens. The things that test the most poorly in alpha testing are the things where the game is not explicit. That's it. It's where the game doesn't describe itself properly to the player. That's the stuff that tests the most poorly. And the stuff that is the least explicit tends to be the stuff that isn't central to the game's, to what the player needs to be doing, or maybe has changed over time. Like, I think this parry tutorial thing sucks right now. In fact, this and the quest around it are really not great, because the game used to have a traditional parry system and now it doesn't. So you're kind of learning something that isn't really how the game is structured. And the scenario that you're learning it in isn't really one that you ever have to do again quite that way. So why is it here like this? And the same can be said for a few things in the current chapter, or it's like, oh, this is a leftover thing from when the game used to be more like this. And players experiencing that might not really get it. For another example is like, there's some dialogue when you do this crucible. when Armin has just, like in the first version of the game, there was no crucible. There were no ensigns. Armin just got a magic sword and didn't know how magical it was and went on about his day until he got to the Athenaeum and then gets told that the sword is magic. So when he leaves the old man behind, he's on his way up. He doesn't go back to town. Hey, Ocelot. And when he gets the sword, there's no like magical moment. It's very, quiet. In the current version, when Armin does all of this stuff and learns these abilities and has the sword, he's like, I need to head back to the Athenaeum. I'm busy. And we got some feedback on the weekend that was like, why does Armin say this? Like, why does he ignore how important this moment is? And as a writer, it's like, oh, well, I know logistically why I'm in the position where Armin needs to not labor over this because I know what I want to happen later. But to someone playing it, oh, hey, Teach, what's up, buddy? Hey, everyone. Hide your grandmas? Are these the Mordorians coming to raid our tower? What's up, everybody? We're just talking about game design. Did you know Tej streams? Do you know what? You could search me for an answer and I wouldn't have one for you. Does this game have a wishlist page? Do you know what? It actually does. Insignia, my video game that I'm working on right now, has a wishlist page, and you can wishlist it right now on Steam at store.steampower.com/app/blah, blah, blah. Type Insignia in the search, or just click that link and you'll be right here. You can click this green button and you can wishlist the game. It costs you nothing and it helps me out a bunch. Thanks, everyone. See you, Tej. Thanks, buddy. Not 80 USD. It'll be much cheaper than that. Don't you worry. It's not Mario Kart. Yeah, so we're talking about game design at the moment because we're talking about specifically tooling in game design and kind of how tooling gives you better oversight over what it is you're designing and kind of like the tribulations of like figuring out what the game is as you're building it. Frozen Fusion says, I've heard Tower Part 2 is in the works. Part 2? Part Dux? This is from Mr. Began. Like Beganbot? Hang on a second. What is this? Okay, thanks, Began. I don't know what that is. Oh, hey. Oh, you were working on the tower today? On the tower game today? Began, I miss you, buddy. Looking forward to seeing everybody again. Yeah, I mean, look, I can't be the one to break this kind of news, maybe to my audience, but if there's going to be another tower stream, I'm in for it. Dude, I had the most heartbreaking balatro run of all time, like 3 nights ago, and I'm still not over it. TJ kind of like upstaged me immediately with his game that I didn't know he played recently, where it was like, okay, he got like a bajillion points, but like I had a run that I was it was gonna be like E, question mark. It was going to be like a really good run. And I haven't had a run that got to E since the tower, mind you. I want to share, I know that you will appreciate this, those of you in chat. So I'm going to see if I can show you this thing. This absolutely killed me. I cannot believe this happened to me. Look at, this is like, at least I'm a normie when it comes to balatro. But like, to me, this is like the holy grail of cards that I could have. And this goddamn blind, I didn't have VHS. I had negative blueprint. I had friggin' hollow. Is that hollow? I don't know what you call that. Foil hanging Chad. I had DNA. I had the friggin' photo card. I had the trading card. I'm like printing glass Kings of Hearts with red seals on them, 3 per round. One sec, get out of here. And each of that, every time I'm printing them, have we got the yeah, every time, like I'm good, right? We're getting glass. I got this glass polychrome. We got Supernova. This is a glass polychrome Joker. So I'm like, let's break all the cards. It doesn't matter. We're getting more and more powerful every time I break them anyway. And then this happened, and I just couldn't. I had like, the deck was just gonna be flush 5 Kings of Hearts every hand. That's where I was headed. And I just couldn't make it. You know, I couldn't bring it home. I never got the VHS card, the voucher, so I couldn't re-roll it. Really upset me. I've never had 9 cards before. I've never been that blessed. Can someone explain something to me? How did TJ get negative Ceres cards? How did he get that? I saw this run that he had where he got 49 negative Ceres cards or whatever they are. How did you get negative cards in this region? Because as far as I understood, only Joker cards could be negative. How do you negate that? Oh, Perkeo does that. Oh, right. The Joker does that. Yeah, I haven't seen him yet. I always get Chico. I always get that idiot. I've popped like a bunch of those crystals. I get like the same 2 every time. Truba, whatever his name is, and Chico. Anyway, this is all this is all your fault. My wife hates me playing this game, and I've been playing it since the tower, so it's not the only thing I'm playing, but it's what I've been playing. If she's like, she'll be playing Blueprints, and I'm secretly just playing Balatro behind her. She calls it Butro. She tries to make me not like it by giving it a silly name. Anyway, so looking forward to being among my people and not being ashamed for my Balatro addiction. Now, I have decided, so we're talking about, oh, yeah, for those of you who are like just joining in on the raid. Oh, actually I do have clinkers for you, Public Static Void. I got like a crusty bag left, okay? So whatever you guess here, we'll see if it's a good one. There's only like 3 left in the bag, okay? What color are you looking at? Okay, so for those of you who don't know from TJ's stream, this is a clinker. It's like a candy chocolate, and it's got a color inside, and we play a game on the stream where you have to guess. It can be pink, green, or yellow. If you guess correctly, I put an Easter egg in the game for you. Green, okay. Son of a bitch. Hit on the first roll. Very good. All right. Sometimes we go like months and nobody gets one. I know it's like technically 1 in 3, but I feel like the bag is stacked. One sec. All right, I got this giant spreadsheet of all the people who have won over the last like 8 years of me working on the game. At some point, I'm gonna have to public static void. You are on your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th. And your Easter egg is a capybara that you can pet, and or a capybara chilling in a hot tub with a tangerine on its head. What are we adding to that, or are we doing something new? It's gonna have to be like a hot spring, like a natural kind of onsen somewhere. I think I know where I'd put it. Okay, I'm just gonna add another column for you, another row, and you can let me know what you want when you want it. Okay. So, yeah, for those of you just tuning in, I just submitted a demo for my game to the grant agencies that were funding it in the last 12 months. So this kind of like officially kind of wraps production for chapter 1 of Insignia. Now the game's not releasing in chapters. That's just how the game's structured. So there's still like 4 more chapters of production to go. Actually, the reason why I was in the US last time we did the Tower stream was I had just been to GDC talking to some publishers. So our next little step is sending that demo to some publishers and seeing what they think about it. I've already sort of had some conversations. And so I've actually got like 3 kind of waiting for a demo. But the delta between like where I would be happy sending the demo to like the grant agencies to say that we've done the content versus sending it to a publisher to say, hey, like fund this game, is a bit of a gap there. And to me, that gap is best bridged by like a few little things. One of them is I want the crafting to be a little bit tighter in like the adventure aspects of it. So in this game, you know, it's action adventure. You're running around the world, you're crafting things, you're doing quests. There's a main quest that takes you from like a town to a dungeon, and you sort of rinse and repeat that multiple times. Then in the last chapter, you come back over the world and you can sort of unlock a bunch of different stuff, Metroidvania style. Now, because there's a crafting system, a lot of the quests relate to that crafting system, where someone will say, oh, I need this thing, can you make this for me? And you'll have to go and find out how to make it. They might give you a design or something like that. And it requires you to, traverse the world and get the stuff. Often it's fight some enemy or find some treasure chest somewhere or do something. Now, the content, like managing that, is not it's not something I can spreadsheet out. So I'm considering building out a new addition to my Causality editor, which currently is just there for flags. So I built this system in Unity where I can actually see the flow of content. And this is great. And it's not just here. I can actually go to a specific flag. So like here, Awaken in Quarters. That's a flag that gets set when you talk to Harriet here for the first time. And I can see in which scenes, this is inspecting that scriptable object, I can see in which scene this is set or checked. But there are others that are like way more dense. So like there is a cutscene here that marks like the beginning, like the halfway point in the chapter. So chapter 1, day 2, Maggie Lake. That's checked by like a bunch of different things in a bunch of different scenes. Because you traverse through the world and the world state changes after this cutscene. So I can be like, oh, like, you know, this thing in Armin's house, this cello, you can't play it unless you're on the second day. So that checks that flag. Or like this, what are we looking at here? This door, or like there's like a cutscene here that doesn't run until, it runs as long as you haven't done that quest. So a bunch of stuff like that. There's a band here. This band disappears on day 2. So being able to look at the game at that top-down level, the way that I just did, the way that we're talking about it right now, it's really important that I can do that for items as well. I'm pretty confident. I like the way that it works for for quest flags right now, but I think it would be also really nice to be able to visualize those that flow at the world map level too. So I could see, oh, if, this quest flag is here, even if it's just a big icon over the whole thumbnail that says like quest flag is here, quest flag is checked in, this scene, this scene, this scene, this scene, this scene, and this scene. Even that is like handy. And Ocelot would know because he's doing level design on the game to some extent. The items, it's really hard to do that for right now because we don't have this kind of linking reference system for the items. So like even I was doing some thinking where I was like, okay, I've built a bunch of these accessories that you can make in the game and equip, kind of like Dark Souls style or like Elden Ring style talismans, or like the badges in Hollow Knight. They're just like little modifiers and you make them in the game. But like, I don't know at a glance where they are in the world, and I don't know which of them have their crafting materials to make them. I don't know where they are in the game either. So if there's like a design to make, like say the honey ring, right? Honey ring makes it so that you can eat honeycomb, and honeycomb heals you for a third of your HP, no matter what you've got. I know just because I did it, I built it myself. I know that you get the design from this guy, and I know that there's a hive here and here and here, and then you have to go here and craft it, and then you take it back to him, and then you get the ring. But somebody who doesn't know that, like Ocelot, he would have to like play through the game to figure out what was where. And like in a span of like a week, I made a bunch of these accessories and their effects, and I still couldn't tell you with 100% certainty how many of them are functionally achievable in the game. Like, is there enough crafting materials to get the determination band if I put a design page in a chest somewhere? Is that enough for you to go make the determination band? I can't tell you. So I need that system. I don't know how games got made without this kind of thing. Especially like RPGs, like adventure games. Like Elden Ring must. Well, you don't really craft key items in that game, do you? But surely, right, they would have to have some sort of like top-down system that lets them figure out all of the items and where they get put and why they should be put there and not there, and the continuity of the game, Like, oh, this character should be here unless you've done this thing, and then they should be in there, and if you've done that, they should instead appear over here. That stuff's like, that's the game. So I want to build that and I want to update scene graph so we can distribute it on the asset store. And I also want to be doing some pre-production on chapter 2 in general. Chapter 1 is... Oh, before we do that, yeah, but the thing is 3D Factor. I think that a relational database might not be enough. Do you know what I mean? Like, I know, like, I can see in a quite straightforward manner, if I've got like a design, it's one thing to say, oh, in order to make the design, you need these things. So in a way, you could represent this with a data table where you've got the key is the design, and the fields assigned to that table are the ingredients, the chunk and the second wind item. So like, yes, you would be able to traverse the data set, but the part of the data set that's most important is the serialization in the levels. Like, where is this object in the world map? Now, if I was just thinking about it from a data perspective, like maybe I would just chuck the GUID of the chest that the thing was in, but then I'd need to be able to traverse that and say, okay, but where is the chest in the game? So one way or another, whether we're storing it with a relational database using like SQL or whatever, or we were doing, this process of like formalizing the data structure that is the game is really, really important. And part of that data is, in a way, spatial. Like, it's not just enough to say that this item exists with this scene GUID. It's like, but where is the scene? Like, how far away is that scene from that crafting station or whatever. You know, how far do you have to run to get from A to B? Because it's almost like pre-playtesting, you know? It's like, if I can see that, like, to finish this thing, if I can see intuitively that, like, oh, this takes like ages to do this quest, then I'm not going to wait until people play the level and then go, oh, this takes too long. I'm going to see it and go, oh, that should be closer. And I just think working at volume, it's harder to have that perspective unless you have something like this. Will there be a GTA type strip club? Oh, I don't know about that. I think Nintendo might have an issue with that one. Maybe in the Steam only version. So the other thing that I wanted to build was a couple of more features in the game. I think there's really only 2 features left. It's a good idea though. Maybe it is. There are 2 features left that I think the game needs for the player. And they relate to this. Because I think the biggest issue that the game has right now is drag. There's a lot of content. And as the player is running through the content, they're kind of going through blind. And the thought of going back and doing a bunch of quests that you started when the plot is telling you to go forward, it really sucks to feel that. It really sucks to feel like, oh, I have to go, if I want to do all this stuff and be a completionist, I have to go backwards. But the story is telling me I need to go forwards right now. So the 2 things that I want to add are a world map and fast travel. I think with those 2 things, the game's feature set will be complete. And I might be able to, I think we have enough budget to go into Chapter 2 production and work on those features before sending a demo to publishers. That does push that publisher funding point out, but I actually don't think that I want publishers to be assessing the game without them. And if I can afford to get the team back on to be working on Chapter 2 production anyway, then I actually have less to ask of a publisher anyway. So it's a good question, 3D Factor. I think what I'm going to do is have the forges be your game checkpoints. So like a classic game's like save point, that's what these are. And I've got one here right by the town. I've got one here out in like the wilderness. I've got another one at the edge of that wilderness, and I've got one underneath. I might have like one more in the Athenaeum. I might just put like a little crafting, like a smaller forge, like a portable forge there. And the idea would be you would draw like, right now, it's sort of like set up such that you've got your forge, a little fire here or whatever, and your anvil. And that's the forge. I would reconfigure it so there was like the forge, a hammock, so you can rest and recover your HP, and then like a signpost with like a bunch of different angles. You know how they do it in the movies and in games and stuff. You got the little, you know how they do it, that kind of thing. And so you can craft, or you can rest, or you can travel. And when you travel, you basically get a view that's sort of like this, but you can only travel to other waypoints. So it's a little bit like the bonfires in Dark Souls after you've been to Anor Londo, where it's like at specific bonfires that you've lit, or in this case it'll be only at the forges. And it's kind of cool because the forges light up when you sit next to them. So like it almost it works that way. It's very Souls-like in that you know, when you run up to one, it lights up and it's like, okay, now I'm at a save point. I can rest here. I can get my HP back. I can craft, or I can travel. And I think that will give me license to make the game a bit harder, actually. And so the things that I want to do, let's just formalize this a little bit more. Let's look at chapter 2, pre-production. And let's write a little thing called features. Do I use version control? Yeah. After Tower, you said you were learning Git. No. I've been using Git since the beginning. I don't know how to use Git through the terminal because I use fork, but no. I've been using Git quite well. I think what I might have said is something like, I don't think I've ever used Git in a team before. So like, I basically just taught myself how to use it, and I've been sort of learning by virtue of, just figuring it out as I go along, or making mistakes and then looking up something to tell me how to unscrew it. But yeah, I mean, we've been using Git for ages. I just don't know. I've never used it in a production environment, like at a job, because I was a designer, not a programmer. Do I use Lua? Nah, I don't use it. I use C# only. Somebody said, do you use LFS? Do you know what's crazy? A pixel art game has it has no large files except for like maybe music, but like the sprites folder, like all of the art assets in the game, I would bet are under like 200 megs, like total. Let's have a look. How big is this? 70 megabytes for every sprite in the game, including the project files for the sprites. So yeah, it's pretty cool working on like a pixel art game. You just don't have to worry about files being big because they're all like kilobytes at most. And there's thousands and thousands of sprites. If I was doing like modeling for like 3D modeling and like, big 4K textures, yeah, maybe then we'd have to worry about it. But pixel art is actually like really well compressible too, because if you think about it, there's a lot of just like spans of, and especially my pixel art style, there's a lot of spans of just empty, this is for a different job, I can't show you that. Show you an example. Like this file, there's a lot of regions where you just see one color. So it's actually really compressible as well. As far as I know, as far as pictures go, it's not like a photo. So anyway, the features that we want to add. So fast travel, world map, item causality for items and designs. I think that's it. Oh, and then redistribute rations items into crafting materials for new food accessory system. So I have this kind of, Causality is the name of an editor that I wrote that allows me to, it's what all of this stuff is. It allows me to basically track the connections between things in a scene or in the game and jump around the game such that I can see really easily like, oh, this triggers this, that triggers that. This depends on this scene over here for something to have been done there in order for this to play, that kind of thing. So all of the quest flags in the game have references, and those references are stored against all of the different scenes. So like this door, you can't exit through it unless you talk to mum on the first day, for example. But then on the second day, she says something different after you've met the old man. So, and that's set here in Orenstead Excavation. So once you meet the old man, then once you go home, she says something different. So you can see kind of how there's like a big spider's web of stuff that affects other stuff, and that's how I track it. Yeah, in a way, but it's kind of more like you have this inventory in the game, in the data file, the save file of the game, of all of the things that you've done, and they're all a bunch of booleans, and they all have GUIDs, and there are things in the game that will check that file all the time to know what state they should be in. So it's less about just pure logic and more about like data, like the data state of the game. I do also have, I have this other system that's really fun that I use to do conditions in the engine without like code. So I built this thing where you have like, I call them conditional operators. So it's like this thing has two states. It's like an elevator. It can go up and can go down. Like the whole section of the floor can raise and lower. It looks like this. Hang on. It can go up like that. And that has a couple conditions, right? And those conditions here, where are they? The conditions, like it either extends or it retracts. And so this one here, I wrote this little editor where I can chuck a little condition, and it's basically a series of common things that you can do in the game that I can track against, and I can build little logical expressions out of it. So it's like, if you hit this trigger that's here, if that's true, fire the condition. And when the condition switches from like false to true, this thing, which is monitoring the condition, extends, it puts this into the extend state, and it goes up. So I don't have to like write a new script just to do that. It's just there serialized in the scene. But what's cool is that I can like add to this. So I can say like, oh, this, and I've also done this quest flag, or you have this item. Because a lot of the game is just that. It's just like doing a bunch of menial, very trackable if statements. But because it's C# and everything gets compiled, and it's, working with that stuff means anytime you want to do something new, you end up having to write like classes for everything, which is just clunky. So this is just an easy way for me to like define game logic without scripting. So I do have toggles and switches and stuff. And those are, I guess, part of that system too. So when I set, the really cool thing is when I set one of these, this condition state manager, or like the operand, there's like the operator system, any nested logic. So do you know what's cool, 3D Factor? That inherently works that way. Like if you say, and I figured this out while I was writing the resolver. If you write this and this, or this and this, inherently, that divides that the way that you described it. Like order of operations means that ors always split the two sides, either side of them. So it's not ambiguous. Like that will make sense. Like it'll be this and this, or this and this. You can't really nest that. Like there's this thing that I always think about when I'm designing stuff like this, where if you're going down a track where you need like a lot of complex logic, from a heuristics perspective, like how's the player going to know about all these conditions? Like, should this really have 5 different if statements nested inside of each other to trigger whatever the hell this is? Because if the game is complex and the player is playing the game, at some point the player has to understand what's happening. So having these things be limited is kind of, sometimes it's kind of a blessing because it stops you from like tangling yourself up in knots. Because if something can be simpler, it just should be simpler for a game like this. Like, or at a certain point, if the threshold really needs to be broken, like just write a script at that point. But I'm trying to minimize the amount of that I do. All right. So I have this idea for man, I love talking about this stuff. When I started working on this game, I was basically thinking it's Dark Souls and it's Breath of the Wild. So the first thing that I did was like, I was like, okay, since it's Dark Souls and Breath of the Wild, let's try to fix the things that I don't like about those games. And just, you know, in my hubris, I just said, oh, I can do anything. So I'll just do whatever I want. So like one of the things that I didn't like about Breath of the Wild was that in that game, when you want to eat food, because you're in the middle of a battle and you've lost a bunch of health and you want to recover health, you have to pause the game, go to your inventory and eat the food you want to eat. But I was like, what if... Oh, and in Dark Souls, if you have your Estus stuff, that's all bound to the stuff in the bottom left. And you have to cycle through it. But but I was like, well, what if instead it was more like there was like a quick menu and you could cycle through the quick menu really quickly. And the way that I've got it is that the quick menu, it overwrites your D-pad. So like you can't walk and have the quick menu open because they both use the buttons and this thing kind of like sits on top. I think that's a cool conceit for the game because it's kind of like you don't get to pause, which is what Dark Souls does well, but you don't have to go into a menu. So I want it to be a risk reward thing where you have to choose, okay, shit, do I have to quickly eat here? Hey, Crick, thank you so much for the subs. And I was really happy with this. Hang on, before I continue, Pixel Gaijin asks, now that Insignia Alpha has been submitted, are we able to play the Alpha Windows build now? Good question. On Monday, I will have an answer for that. Because I might do an update on the weekend for Screen Australia. So I've got 2 grants. I submitted for one, the smaller one, but now I've got to do the bigger one. And I'm almost done with it, but I've got some forms I need to fill out and I might do an updated version for them. So I'm just a bit hesitant about having the demo be like, I've got CI/CD stuff pushing the web versions and it's really easy to do. For Windows, it's like I have to do a build every time and I have to like, you know, worry about it. I guess I could CI/CD the Windows build too, but that's a bit of overhead, you know, that I don't want to think about. So I prefer it to be something that you don't install. But yeah, so I have this thing and I was like, oh yeah, like this is so much better than the Dark Souls system and the Breath of the Wild system because it mixes the risk reward. It still lets you, you know, eat the food that you want. It's a cool, like you can cycle through it infinitely. It's great. Kind of reminds me a little bit of like Secret of Mana, which is cool. They have like a wheel. But as I've been working on the game, it's becoming a little bit clear to me that having consumables that just drop out of things puts you in that thing. It's that thing that all of the Final Fantasy games do, where once you get one potion, there's like 2 kinds of players, and like a lot of gamers are the second type. And one type will use the potions. The other type will save 99 potions and never use them. And they'll just have 99 potions in the thing because they just don't want to, you know, whatever. They don't know whether they should sell them or whatever. And then like just consumables make people anxious. One-time use consumables. Now, the thing that I have decided that is a solution to this is, what if these consumables can get used to create Estus flasks from Dark Souls. So like in Zelda, if you have 4 apples and you bake them, you can make apple skewers or whatever. But the apple skewers are still consumable. They just heal you for a bunch more. What if instead, when you get 5 apples or whatever, you can make like an apple pie, and when you like consume it, it might have like 2 or 3 like pieces that you can eat. But then once you finish the third or the third piece, it becomes like grayed out until you die or you rest, and then it just replenishes. So instead, every item becomes a replenishable consumable that all of the normal ingredients just become just crafting materials for those permanent things that you can make. Yeah, you craft it and then it always comes back. That's right. Ryderlux says, I'm still learning coding right now. For that quick slot system, are you cycling through an array or do you use a pointer? So it's a list for sure, like an array. And because I'm not writing in C++, we don't really have pointers. It's just like, you don't have to think about it like that. I mean, the data structure is not really that important. It's technically a list, but you could use an array, you could use a linked list. It's not a big deal. The most important thing is that you know what index you're at, and you know what's ahead of you and what's behind, and that you can loop. So once you get to the last index, you just reveal the things back at the beginning. But yeah. Would you be worried about clutter? Yeah, so like the point here is that, and this is my issue, like I'm trying to resolve clutter a little bit. So right now, in an adventure game, variety is really important, but differentiation is also like, needs to be married to the variety. So right now, all of these things just recover health. They all do the same thing. Some of them recover a bit more, some of them recover a bit less, but like they all do the same thing. So every player who playtests this, they just do this. They just eat the things like that and just go through them without really thinking about which is which or whether they want one or the other. So my goal would be to make it so that you don't see these like this. Like maybe some of the raw ingredients you just can't eat. And I actually started this already. So the way that I've been approaching this is like chocolate bar, for example, heals you for a lot. And to make a chocolate bar, you need sugarcane and you need cacao fruit. And you can't eat the sugarcane or the cacao fruit. Oh, there you go. That was good RNG. So you can't eat you can't eat these, but you can turn them into something that you can eat. So that's the idea that I'm kind of going for. Where you come here and you go, oh, okay, once I can make these things, then this becomes something that, you know, there's like a progression system for the items. That's the idea. No, you're creating the chocolate with the sugar and the cacao fruit. That's what people do. And maybe there's a version where you can like upgrade the chocolate into like milk chocolate by adding milk or something to it. Oh, why did you do that? my wife just comes in and she hands me these like soy crisps. Have you guys seen these before? These are the most dangerous treat of all time because they're so goddamn tasty. But you can't have too many because they give you the runs. We were going to throw them out and then they magically didn't get thrown out. Yeah. So anyway, I haven't like I haven't like solved exactly how I want to do it, but what I'm really saying is the idea that you have a bunch of things that are currently all on the same level, that's bad. If you can instead create a hierarchy out of them, what the hell? Then it's like the player can start anticipating and getting excited and seeing the value. You can start ascribing value to things higher up and lower down in a way that, I mean, this is what players. I was thinking about game design philosophy recently. I mean, I always think about it, but it occurred to me that like fun is not really, it's not a real thing, Like, what's the difference between fun and a chore? Like, because you don't need to, when you sit down and play a game, you're just doing, like, the game's content is just a bunch of stuff you have to do. And having to do a bunch of stuff sounds boring. If I just say it like that, like when you sit down to play Blueprints or whatever, it's like, okay, look at all, if I just give you all of the content of Blueprints in like a big list and say, do all of these things, except sometimes you can't do the things because the game runs out. You would be like, why would I do that? Why would I put myself through all that? But it's fun if the fun of it is more about, it's about literally just mindset and anticipation. It's about the presentation of it's about, the way I interpret it is that a list has no space for excitement or anticipation or anything like that. But if you turn the list into a maze, into a space, and you hide some value in some parts of it, and you allow some of the list items to accelerate the pace through the maze, then it becomes like this, what's the word? It becomes exploring. You know what I mean? It's like there's little stories that play out in your own mind about your current progress, the current pace of your progress, whether you might be able to make that pace go faster if you do something right, or if you get lucky, or there start to be these dynamics and if you are getting into the groove of those dynamics such that you're kind of always, it's almost like I liken it to stand-up comedy, or like when you're vibing with someone and you're like, there's like chemistry. It's like, or playing a game like of hide and seek with your dog or something like that. When your sense of anticipation is being met by the way the game is being played back to you, or if your options are being mitigated and growing with your sense of anticipation, and you're sort of riding that edge, that's fun. But if it's explained to you, like if a joke is just explained in excruciating detail, there's no fun because you're not on the trip, you're not on the journey. So my goal is to take this very flat thing of crafting items and turn them into something where you feel like there's value that you can invest. Like if you invest energy into making your crafting things more permanent and better, then that will help you in the maze that is the game. Maybe when I fight this boss, I'll be able to, maybe there's a food I can consume that gives me one last chance if I get hit with a fatal blow, And if I put all of this energy in to getting the food that lets me do that, then later on when I'm fighting this boss that I could otherwise get stuck on, you know, I'll be rewarded for the energy that I put in. That idea of like investing energy and getting rewarded for it later, I feel like that's the thing that's really important in an adventure game or any kind of game with like structure. I think any game with any longevity is about that. I mean, God, why do we play Stardew Valley excitedly, but the idea of doing grocery shopping or farming in your own backyard is like, it feels like torture. Do you know what I mean? There's something about the structure and the cadence of how value is returned to you for the energy that you put in. Yeah, but like some people love going to the gym, Chartle. And they exert energy for no reason. They're not even getting food for it. They're paying money to go to the gym. Like, the things that we do that we can get excited about are so random because you can conceive scenarios where, like, a home gym where it's free, you don't pay a subscription. Some people are less motivated to be at the gym at home than they would be in an actual gym that they're paying how many dollars a month to go to. What's the, you know, there's like a hook in all of these things that I think it's consistent. I think it makes sense why. But my point is that it's not the activities that make something fun or not. It's the perception of the value of those activities that's happening in your head when you're doing them or before you do them or after you've done them. And the sense of progress, the sense of it being worthwhile or like meaningful, that's what makes something good or bad, or fun or not fun. It's about like questions and answers. And right now, my food system does not have questions and answers. It's just got a bunch of answers, and all of the answers are the same. You get healed a little bit, you know? Well, that's, man, God. I just want to answer a question Clover G asks on YouTube. So Clover G, I think I might be creating a new channel for the streams on YouTube because I don't think my audience, my normal YouTube audience appreciates daily streams. I think it just clogs up the feed and they don't like it. So rather than ask people to subscribe and suffer both or unsubscribe, I think I would just prefer to have two different channels and they can subscribe to one and not the other. So I've been thinking about this a lot. Like we've been playing Night Rain recently, and the crazy thing I think about Night Rain is it's charting very, very accurately this trajectory that From Software is on, that I feel like every game developer finds themselves on this trajectory, and it's literally just animation power creep. That's it. Like so many action games will start one way, and over time, as the team gets better at creating animation systems and putting more animation in their games, everything just ends up being Dragon Ball Z, you know, where, you know, imagine doing like Melania's waterfowl dance in Dark Souls 1. Like it's just not a thing that the character can do. Or like vaulting over, you know, cliff edges in Demon Souls. Like it's just like not even the bosses can do that stuff because they don't have the animation systems capable of managing that stuff. It's just too complicated to do it. But there's something valuable in those games, in the limitations, right? Like there's something kind of special about walking down this corridor and you're kind of sluggish and you're and then someone comes out from the corner and you go, ah, there's something like horror game, you know, something about it where it feels really tense and really exciting. And it turns like the Dark Souls world map is maybe like 1/6, if that, of Elden Ring. But like that world map has so much more memorable stuff in it because it's so dense and it's so much harder to traverse it that every moment in it is valuable. There's like game design in around every corner. Whereas in Elden Ring, it's like you run around so much and you're on the horse and you're just flying around that like being somewhere doesn't mean anything in the game because there's no consequences for being somewhere in Elden Ring. You can just teleport somewhere else at any time. So I really blame animation systems for that. Like the fact that the bosses in Night Rain are borderline boring in my opinion because they jump around so much. They're moving around so much. You have to waste all your stamina just to get to them and then you're out of stamina. And it's like that because now you have 3 characters fighting one boss designed to fight one character. And the 3 characters have more mobility than most of the bosses in the first game. So it's like it's like this power creep where everything just goes faster and bigger and more explosive, which is fun sometimes, but like that's not why I like FromSoft games. Like even Bloodborne, which was pretty fast for the time, can be very tunneled, you know, very, very claustrophobic at times. You know, even like in Dark Souls, like swinging at an enemy and having your sword like clang on the wall as you try to swing is like such a it's as a design feature, like if you think about it, why would they put that in there? But it's actually so consistent with the design language of that game to like throw a little fuck you in there, because every swing is like a commitment. You know, it's almost like turn-based in that game. I know, I felt bad saying it too. I'm so PG normally. I'm so family friendly. We went into PG-13 for a second. That'll be my last F-bomb. Well, Nihil, I think with From Software, I mean, they're kind of cursed by success. I think all their games are amazing. I'll still say that. But I think the more you do something, the more you try to find, if it's successful, you try to find ways of making it bigger and better. And I think from like a capitalistic kind of business enterprise side of things, it's hard to make a game like Dark Souls because it's not very scalable. Like, it's easy to hire like 50 devs and teach them all how to do boss animations and model bosses in a Souls-like experience, and then just pick the ones that you like and throw the ones that you don't like out. It's very easy to parallelize, right? Making that kind of content, because the bosses, you know, they're behind a fog door. They don't really need to be that, you know, relevant to whatever's behind, like the environment that they're in. You just design a boss, you chuck it in, done. Whereas like if you were to make Dark Souls better, it wouldn't just be make a bigger Dark Souls. You would have to like adhere to the same kinds of limitations. And that game's value, I think, comes from how dense the content is. And that density, I think, and partly because of my experience making this game, I think that density can only really be managed by like a few minds. I think if you have too many people trying to work on level design on a game like Dark Souls, you get too many chefs and they spoil the broth. I think you really just need like a Miyazaki style, like auteur to like sit down and go, this is the world that I am creating. And all of these paths work this way. And this is the tension that we're going to create in this level. And when you go down the elevator, you come back to Firelink Shrine, and that's going to be a big moment for the player. Like having it be that manicured and curated and tight, you can't scale that. You can't just make like, you can't 50x that. And you see, I've talked about this before, like a bunch of times on stream, but like Souls games started doing this thing over the course of every successive Souls game from Dark Souls. So Demon Souls is I exclude it from this conversation, but Dark Souls 3 does this thing where it's very linear. Even though it looks kind of sprawling, it's really not. So like Dark Souls is really very like a kind of like a helix that like connects up onto itself and spirals around and goes out and goes around and comes back in. It's really dense. You know, you go down, you come back up, you find yourself in returning to the same places a lot. Whereas Dark Souls 2 is like a spoke and a bunch of wheel, like a wheel with a bunch of spokes. And each of the spokes is really linear. And at the end of the spokes, there's like a teleport that just bounces you back here. As a design, it's really easy to do this by comparison, because you can have a team working on this, you can have a team working on this, you can have a team working on that, team working on that, and no one has to talk to each other because it doesn't matter what the player does along this path, they're just going to get to the end and then get teleported back to Medulla. Dark Souls 3 kind of looks like this, where it's like, yes, there are things that connect up to each other, but the spans themselves are linear. So like, and chiefly, there's always a, I think they call it Firelink Shrine in Dark Souls 3, but it's like it's a hub world where, you know, you're going through a teleporter to drop into one of these starting points at any time. And the same with Bloodborne. So Bloodborne's like that as well. The dream is the same, the hunter's dream. All of this, these are all different strategies that allow for much, much bigger games much more easily than whatever the hell Dark Souls is. Because Dark Souls is like, it's especially like up to Anor Londo. It's not trivial to make a game that folds back on itself quite the same way that does. You know that moment, I don't know if any of you have played it. I don't know how many of you have played Dark Souls, but there's like a moment that happens at least 3 or 4 times when you're playing that game in the first, say, 10 hours, where you'll go, hang on a second, is that? And you'll look over at some landmark and you'll go, was I there like 2 hours ago? And then you'll find some little shortcut and you'll go, oh shit, that actually, I'm here. Like I was here before and now I'm here again. And oh, that saves me so much time. Or like you'll be doing something and you'll go, I need to get to Andre of Astora. There's only one blacksmith in this game that for now. And I'm all the way down in New Londo Ruins. How do I get to Andre from here? And you start doing Google Maps in your head. And it's like, well, I could go down past this way. And I could go up, down that way. And that's fun. Like there's something really, you literally can't do that in any of the other games. Like none of the other games have that because you can always teleport and everything you're doing is linear. But there's something about the tension that gets created in that environment where you're trying to think, do I have where's the nearest bonfire from where I am now? And am I able to get to him if I do that? You know? And when you open a door for the first time, when you open up the little grate in the Undead Burg, you know, where that woman is who sells you the little bits and pieces, just like right under the sewer. When you open up the gate, coming from the undead burg, like lower undead burg, that gets you back to Firelink Shrine, near that spiral tower where the demon, the Capra demon is. For those of you who've played the game, you know what I'm talking about right now. That little shortcut, it's like, oh, the dopamine hit of like having progress, like huge progress be gained by opening a door is like, that is part of what makes that game so good, is like the delight and surprise turning something that was static and disconnected into something that's now connected. There's something, our brains love that for some reason. And it feels, it's like, it's not something that you can do at scale if you're making a bigger game. I don't think it's very easy to do that. I don't think there are any parts in Elden Ring where I felt that. Like not even one. Not even in the classic dungeons. What do they call them? Legacy dungeons. Nothing like that. Yeah, it's because it's just a bunch of linear spans, right? Is there a parallel with this like pathfinding conversation and the previous one about collaborative knife's edge path? Collaborative knife's edge path. What was I talking about then? Like this thing? Finding value in where the density of stuff is, like knowing how to balance where to put energy. That's an interesting conversation. Well, I think in an adventure game, the overlap is the world design. It's because the thing is, like, oh, crafting stuff to eat for later. Yeah, well, the thing is, all of this stuff we're describing is the process of turning a list into a maze. That's what this really is. And it's also, I have this thing that I talk about a lot on stream of spaces versus places. So like the level is kind of a space that there's a bunch of pathways, you can go from A to B, blah, blah, blah. But this is a place because this, by its visual, by its design, the way that it looks, it tells us a story. Like somebody lived here. There's stuff that I can probably do here because it's specific, right? It's not abstract. It's not generic. It's not repeating. It's like a unique place. And if I could put more energy into it and make it more unique, you know, we could put a character here, an NPC who's got specific lines of dialogue. That would turn this more into a place. And the semantic kind of layering of that is the same thing as this, where it's like you're trying to take a bunch of data that does something. You've built a system, now you're trying to populate it. And you're trying to populate it with stuff that gives the player a fun experience. But that experience needs to have this like sort of dramatic pace to it, right? Like it's got to like start small. You've got to be able to invest time. You need to get rewarded for the time. You know, you want there to be hard parts and easy parts. And there needs to be some sort of flow and tension in it that makes it not just a flat thing, right? So that's what hierarchy does, is it creates wrinkles of value so that you get that variety and so that you can do planning. I think planning is the key. I think planning is like 50% of fun, because planning is it's anticipation, right? If you don't know what's coming up, or if you can't guess what's coming up, then you can't get excited about it and you can't get surprised by it. Like when someone's telling a joke, like a stand-up comedian, the best like stand-up comics, you know, you're kind of like right along with them. And when they get to like a punchline, you're like, it's like you're feeling the routine. You know what I mean? Like you're almost thinking of it as they're saying it. So only in that space where you're really vibing with the thing, you're in that flow state, can subversion or doubling down on something be exciting. You know, they either flip the joke and they say something different, or they give you exactly what you wanted and the payoff's really good, but you have to be on the edge of your seat for it. Otherwise, you're just being delivered content at that point if you're not excited. But you have to be able to anticipate and plan to do that. You have to be able to know the rules of a game for the rules to change and that be meaningful. And there being rules is also important. Like, if there's no structure, if it's just flat, then you've just got a bunch of stuff, right? It's not interesting anymore. Because, I mean, I feel it myself when I'm playing the game. Like, I break open a box, all of the boxes have food in them, all of the food is basically the same. So it doesn't matter if I get an apple or a carrot or an orange or a bread, because they all heal me about 20% because that's what's balanced. But with the cacao fruit, I actually get excited when I get them with the sugarcane and the cacao fruit, because I'm like, oh, in the future, I know I can, if I get enough sugarcanes, I can make a chocolate bar. Just knowing that there's something ahead beyond just like the same as everything else, to me is valuable. It's like, you know, it's like a taste for something that's coming up. And this is my secret sauce tip. Think about it this way. If you haven't given the player something to care about and look forward to when they put down the controller, why would they pick it back up again? Like, if the player can't plan, then they're not going to think about the game when they're not playing it. They're not going to come back tomorrow and say, okay, time to play, because there's nothing for them to think about. Like, there's no reason for them to come back if there's no investment emotionally in future. That's it. I mean, that's all it comes down to. You have to be able to make plans to be able to have a reason to come back. And you can't make plans if there's no structure. Hey, ReXXD, thanks for the follow. And this is why, like, it's actually, there's almost like a pessimistic turn here. That I've been feeling, and it's a bit sad, but I feel this way. I think a lot of games are considered fun or unfun based on that contract. Like Stardew Valley, in my opinion, if I reflect on my experience playing that game, it's not fun. It's not a fun game. It doesn't respect my time as a player. It's constantly demanding my time. It constantly sets up things that I should care about in service of being able to do some other thing faster. But there's no part of that game where I think this is so fun. Like, it's just I'm just in a loop. You know what I mean? And some people will look at the playtime they've put into a game and they'll say, look at how much fun I had because I played the game for like 60 hours. And I'm not I think what they're trying to say is that I was occupied for a long time, so I got my money's worth. And I think to some extent, like, some of the reason we play games is to occupy us. And that's okay. Like, games don't have to be fun. They can just be busy work. If you're satisfied doing it, yeah, exactly, Tree. It's like, if what you're looking for is a way to dissociate and escape for a while, Stardew Valley is an amazing tool for that. So is Balatro. Lots of games, right, are really good for just you don't have to worry about life. You just have to do this thing. You know what I mean? And if the thing is straightforward and achievable and feels like it's going somewhere, like, hey, maybe that's enough. You know what I mean? Like, I used to play a lot of competitive games, like with elo systems. And I would cycle through them like aggressively for like, I guess through my 20s. Like, it was Street Fighter, and it was Counter-Strike, and it was Age of Empires 2, and it was, whatever. Like every game, chess, like I'm sitting there trying to get higher. Overwatch, I'm trying to get high up in an elo system. And I realized when I was like 29, I was like, I am not a competitive person. I am not having fun beating other people at video games or losing to other people at video games. I'm not having fun. What I like to do is show up and play my character. Like, I like to show up and engage, and maybe we win and maybe we don't, but I'm not here to actually defeat anybody. Like, defeating somebody doesn't give me the thing. What I really want to do is just feel like I'm improving. You know what I mean? And when I learned that, I started to realize that like every game I had the same experience with, where I would like improve and it would feel good until I hit a reasonably high elo, something like the 80th percentile mark, diamond or whatever in some game. Some games I'd get higher than that, but then it would start to get sweaty and I would realize that I was having less fun than pain, because at that point, progression is not guaranteed. So if what you enjoy is just getting better at a game, that's not what competition is. Like, it's not designed for you to win every game or even most of the games. It's designed for you to lose half of them, right? If it's balanced well. So then the question becomes like, if you're not having fun playing the game, like if you're playing chess and you're not having fun because you're not 1700, like, you don't enjoy chess. So it's interesting. Like, I think we use the word fun to mean valuable when we play games, and we use the word game to mean a lot of different things that aren't necessarily the same thing. And Stardew Valley is not the same thing as Counter-Strike, and a game with a story is not the same as Fortnite. So when we think about like what is worth my money, I think the only common thing is this idea of like having a reason to come back, and whether that reason to come back is one that leaves you feeling good, or is it a compulsion? And I think that's why I like story games most of the time. Like, my favorite games are single player adventure games or RPGs, because I'm having fun the whole game. Like, when I'm playing Final Fantasy X or whatever, like, I'm enjoying every battle. I'm enjoying the story. And when the game ends, I had fun. I'm not thinking to myself like, oh, I got to get the season pass for season 2 of Final Fantasy X. I'm just thinking, gee, I had fun and now it's over, and I'll play this again one day because I like the story so much. But I don't need a reason to come back. Whereas like Elden Ring Night Rain, which I'm playing now, I like the game, but it doesn't have a reason for me to come back. And it's there's something happening in my brain where like I'm running up against the end of the content for that game, and I'm looking back on the 20 hours that I spent, and I'm thinking to myself, but I spent $50 and I haven't done anything. Like I've just run around in this map a bunch of times and fought a bunch of bosses. But like, that's the same thing as normal Elden Ring. It's just that normal Elden Ring has a different kind of replay value that's built on a much slower curve, that's much more the story of playing that game, the player story, has much more depth than Night Rain. And even as a casual roguelike PvE game, I think Night Rain is really shallow. And it wouldn't take much for it to not be shallow. It's just that they just don't have a strategy for longevity. That said, I wouldn't expect to spend 20 hours in Insignia. So why would Insignia be worth, its playtime? It's weird, right? It's weird that like I'm not that conscious of why I like a game or whether I'm having fun during that game. We really just think about money and time a lot of the time. Hey, Noel, thank you so much. Or Nu3L. I don't know how to pronounce your name, but thank you so much. That's okay. My husband and I both have depression, and sometimes it's hard to actually play fun games because the compulsion, improvement, dopamine cycle in these other games is more compelling. Yeah, I think it's how do I put this? Games, it's a game's job to sell itself to the player. And when it does that, it makes a proposition of value that is it's unique to each game, and there's no hard rules to say what that proposition needs to be. But it is interesting. I think that the world that we live in right now is one where there is so much content all the time that it's becoming important to ask yourself, what is the diet? What is the makeup of content that you are consuming? Like we have like healthy diets now in food, but like, what is the game equivalent? What's the content equivalent of a healthy diet? Because it changes your brain chemistry to experience one thing that doesn't require attention for a long period of time, or like one thing that requires a very specific kind of attention, but not a breadth of attention. Like Fortnite it requires a lot of attention, but it's a compulsive kind of attention. It's not patience. It's not, it's not a very mindful kind of attention. Like, I really think brain rot is like an apt term for a lot of this stuff. And I struggle with this too. Like, I think we all do. But yeah, it's very interesting. I think it's like the first time in human history where like you can completely isolate your consciousness in something so immersive that you lose sense of reality. And you can spend all day doing that. Like, you couldn't do that 200 years ago because it just wasn't anything that existed. Like, you could read books, but like even books are like pretty hard. It's hard to drown out the world with a book, If someone walks up to you and says, hey, you're out. Whereas now it's like everybody can be fully consumed, fully, eyes shut, ears blocked, being bombarded with something for like 5 hours a day, no problem. Personally, I deal with option anxiety. I never know what's worth spending time on, and as a result, I start a lot of games and often don't finish them. No, that's sad. Yeah, I have a big back catalog of games that I'm trying to get to. I feel like I'm a bit trapped in game development, to be honest. I love working on Insignia. Like, I love it, and we're going to do some dev today, I promise. But it's really, like, I've been rubbing up against burnout for a little bit the last few weeks, so I need a bit of a slowdown. And my relationship with game dev is like this as well, where like it's really hard to remember to steer the ship, or question. It's really hard, it's so hard to row the boat that, and you have to do it so much that it can be easy to forget that you don't have to be going to the port that you're sailing to. You could go to a different port, or you could stop rowing altogether and just like be happy where you are at sea. Like the game is it's a job that I have, and it's something that I'm creatively doing. But like at a certain point in my life, like I can't just grind 100 hours a week forever, because that's not how I want to spend my life. So even this is not like the best use of my time, even if it feels productive. Just doing it indiscriminately forever is not even going to end up with a good, fun game. You know what I mean? So, that was a yap. I'm going to take a break, and we're gonna do other stuff in a bit. That was fun. Whew. I had we're talking about finishing games. My friend, my best mate, we have a term for how I play games. He calls it the Eunice special. He says the Eunice special is when you get to the final boss of like an RPG and you just don't do it. And for a while, it was like Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy X, Final Fantasy XIII, Final Fantasy 15. Every Final Fantasy I had played in the last 10 years, I hadn't finished. Like I was like I'm at the final boss, and I just went, no, this is it. I'm done. And I don't know what it was. I think it was just that like if you never read the final chapter, the book continues forever in your mind. You know what I mean? Like if the end could be anything, but once you play it, now there's an ending. So you kind of like, I would be happier to start a game over than to do the final boss sometimes. I've since gone back and played them. Yeah. But it's an interesting thing. I think what that means is that you love the world. It's like the thing that you're enjoying about it is not the story, but the world, because the world is the thing that ends when the story ends. Hey, Digis Monkey King. Hey, Foo. Yeah. And I do love all of the worlds of those games. You know, I hate the idea of running out of content. It's a bit sad. I do this also with DLC. Like I still haven't played the Dark Souls DLC. And just in my mind, the idea of fighting Artorias is like so much better than like whatever fighting it's going to be. And like sometimes I'll start a new Dark Souls run and I'll be like, and at the end of this one, I'll fight Artorias. And then I don't. Because then the next one, I'll have another reason to play it from scratch. And then I'll fight Artorias, but then I never will. Yeah, I just edged Dark Souls. Yeah. God of War is the same thing. I'll play God of War one day. All right, I'm going to take a break. We'll come back in a bit. See you in a bit. I'll take a bit more time. I'll be back in a sec. All right, we're back. So, we got some music playing right now? We do. All right, I want to... What do I want to work in first? I think I want to do causality for items. I think that's my current feature that I want to work on. We should have... Oh, hey, Jacob. Thank you so much. Ha. Cheers, bud. Well, good luck with your project. Fully sick accent. Dreamweb. What do you mean, brother? Bro, half my audience doesn't even know what that is, bro. They're gonna get confused, bro. They're not gonna know what I'm doing, what I'm saying. Like, fully confused, bro. Talking like my entire extended family right now. Don't you know everybody talks like this in Western Sydney? By the way, did delivering the demo to the grant agency work well? I have delivered one and I'm going to deliver another one, but I'm currently not sure if I should be procrastinating or working on it. Right now, I think it's like maybe the best if I just let it go. You know, if I just say where it's at, that's it. That's all for now. I submit it and don't add anything to it and they can figure it out. Or if I just like keep trying to fix everything and make it look good. But I think I'm gonna leave it and move on, and I'll give them the updates when they come through. All right. So the thing that we're gonna do right now is we're gonna make this. We're gonna submit this and say this is last commit before fork. Before item, causality, fork. That's it. You're too good. That's, look, this is how I didn't really grow up speaking that way, but everyone around me does. So it's pretty natural to do it. I'm code switching, brother. When I'm with my cousins, we all talk like this. 100%. Is the 30K also dependent on this second bigger submission, or is this for a different amount? So, the way it works, if I have to explain it to you, is like this. Very quickly, I will explain it. So there's $100,000 and there's 30,000, like that. Okay, two different grants. One is Oz and the other is New South Wales. Okay, so the way it works is, also there's one more that's worth 5. That's also with New South Wales too. That's another 5 on top. You let. All right, hala. So that's good there. And the way that it works is for acquittal, when you submit, the first drawdown is worth 80% to start. So you start and you get that much at the beginning. Oh, my neck. Workplace. It's an OH&S issue. I gotta go on Centrelink, bro. So you start with 80, and then here also you get 80% of that too, and 80% of 30 is, I don't know how to do the maths because I failed in high school. So it's probably like what's 612? I think you get something like, it might have been 15%. I don't know, but let's just say there's. Actually, I should say I think that I got 24. So that's 20%. So there's another 6 there. This is 24. There's another 6 sitting on top that I didn't get because you get it at the end when you deliver. All right. So all of these are outstanding. This gray and this gray and this gray, I get that money when I bill the government for that amount. So we're looking at something like, this is 6, I think, if I remember correctly, but I need to check. And this is 5. And this is 20, bro. Hey, Brad's Game Dev. Okay, that's enough. No more talking with that accent. Hey, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. It was too natural. That was too easy. So this is what we get when we submit. Now, I am also working on a contract at the moment worth 30 that will be delivered in like November. And then, you know, there might be some extra opportunities coming my way later in the year. That is, you know, something around this number, maybe a little bit less, maybe a little bit more, who knows? And just looking at this, that's already like enough money to pretty much cover my contractors who worked with me on, like the team who worked on Insignia Chapter 1. We could pretty much cover Chapter 2 with that, I think, because like they're all working part-time, and per chapter, no one really gets more than 15K a chapter anyway. Like that was sort of the makeup of the work. Some people had dual roles and they got a bit more, but it was about 15K because it's like 30 an hour times like 20 hours a week for like six months, like 20 weeks or something. Something like that. So 3 2 is 6, 2 is 12. If you make this, I think it's 25 or something. It ends up being about that much. So that times 4 should get us to about 60. So if I don't account for my own costs in that, then I can get our 4 devs back on. And I think sound effects might be less work this time, because sound effects included like the system sounds and like the core player sounds. So this will be like reusing a lot of stuff. Do they have to be local? Not anymore. No, I'm now free of all of my all of the restrictions that I had. So when the grants are submitted, there's no more stipulation about where the work has to be done or anything like that. So we could hire on additional people who are global, no problem. As long as I had a budget for it. What I would like 2 more. 2 more contractors. So it would be composer, sound effects, probably for 10. Animator, engineer, producer. I think that's the breakup that we would probably need. The engineer, I would probably ask for more part-time. Producer might be less, because we don't need a producer on even half-time. They would just be there for planning and meetings and stuff. What's a producer do? It's a producer's job to basically, if the director is trying to direct the creative aspects of a project, a producer is trying to direct the operational aspects of the project. So a producer would be like, these are our targets. This is our release date we want. This is the work that needs to get done. Who's doing that work? How are they tracking with the work? Does anything need to be discussed between, these, whatever? Are we getting funded for this stuff? Like, what's happening and how do we get there? That's a producer's job. Right now, I am the producer and the developer and the director and the designer and the environment artist and it's everything. I'd also love to be able to bring on an environment artist too. That would be sick. And that would be a smaller job as well. But now we're looking at 8+ people on the project. So definitely would need a producer at that point. Yeah. So a producer's job is to say, how are we going to make this happen? What kind of environment artist? I think, so part of it is just background art. The hard part is when this is going right, I am the core artist of the game. And I spend a lot of time currently doing engineering that I would prefer not to do. So when the tools are right and everything else is on track, I should have more bandwidth to do things like background art. But I think for this project, it's still too big for me. And a lot of when I'm working on the game, a lot of what happens is I will lay the foundations of some stuff, some ideas. I'll, do some sprites here and there, or I'll design an environment, and then I'll have to move on because the train needs to keep rolling. And then I need someone behind me cleaning up and embellishing those environments. This space could be gorgeous if it just had someone coming through here and just tidying up the sprites and then adding a little bit of layers, maybe some VFX to the environment. Just touches that aren't even necessarily gameplay, but just give it the feeling that it's trying to go for. That's what I need. Because I can do it. I have done it. There are definitely parts of the game where I feel like I was able to put in the attention that I needed. This scene is amazing, so happy with this environment. Or I spent a few hours on a plane trip a couple months ago just doing, this. When I've had a pass, it's been great. But a lot of the game needs just a little bit more of an art pass, or even this person's job. There's an opportunity here if the right person took the job, where it's almost also a writer and also almost a QA person. It's really just someone whose job it is to kind of invest themselves in the player's experience and understand the relationship between the environment and the storytelling and be in charge of that. I think that there's role for that. And if I had enough money and the right person, this could be a 20K job. It's just, and it's been my job, and that's great. But this game is so fucking big. it's not like there's so much stuff that I could be doing a full-time job's worth of time on. For an engineer, I'd be looking, the engineer job is one that really for me is about a few roles. I can tell you what it is. Pretty straightforward. So it's porting, just making sure that there's parity across everything. Yeah, we don't have enough money for all this. We're now just talking about what we'd like to do. This basically none of this is going to be in budget for now. I would need like 100K, and this is per chapter. So now we need like 500K to make this happen if we wanted to do this. Well, no, 400K because we've already done a chapter. When we say we, I mean me and the team. So like porting would be one. Another one would be localization systems. So just making sure that we have a system to allow different languages to go in. Another one is it's QA and bugs. And it's any future systems, including tooling. Am I interviewing? We're just talking about it. I haven't started. No, I haven't thought about it. The thing is, on the engineer side, there are two people who I already would be interested in this role, who already have expressed interest in it. But they're kind of pending a little bit. Well, like, just to explain to everybody, like, we're still in this publisher space. I'm still in the process right now of, courting publishers. So, like, in the event that one of these conversations turns into a contract, this is not unreasonable. If I say we need 400K Australian, 400,000 Australian dollars, it's like 280 US, 300 maybe. That's the rest of it. You don't want to self-publish. I'd love to self-publish. I just need the funds to do that. YC, is that Y Combinator? Is that what that is? I am only vaguely familiar with what that is. Yeah, it's just that self-publishing it's hard to do. So, hey, Julian, thank you so much. So anyway, I want to move on. The thing I want to do is make a new branch. How do I do this? New branch, and we're going to call it item causality, or like global causality. Oh, publishing to Steam is one thing, but a publisher's job is much more than to publish the game on Steam. A publisher's job is about taking your project and marketing it so that it makes a lot of money. That's what a publisher's job is. Or not just marketing, but handling everything that's not working on the game. Like, how do we connect you with the right press? How do we get your game featured on Steam Next Fest or whatever? How do we get your game featured on the next Nintendo Direct? How do we get the streamers playing your game? How do we make sure your game has ads on Reddit or whatever? All of that stuff, which requires money and connections. A publisher does that stuff. And typically they'll do that as well as financing you, if it's a good publisher. So someone like Devolver Digital, they will pay for, a big booth at PAX, the year that the game comes out. They will make sure that their games are featured in all the big showcases, maybe Summer Games Fest. It's about making sure that there's an audience for the game that knows about it when it comes out. How did you get into game dev and pixel art, says Julian? I got into game dev just because I've been excited about games and making them for like my whole life. But I was doing a design degree at university that involved a little bit of programming, and I was personally a little curious about pixel art, so I just started. That's it. All right. Okay, pals, I'm really sorry. This has been a great last stream for the channel on YouTube. The next stream that I do on YouTube is going to be on a new channel, so I'm glad that we yapped a lot on this one because we covered a lot of territory. Feels like the closing of one chapter, starting of a new one. And to start that next chapter, I am going to focus on building this new feature. I'm going to hard shift into productivity right now. So I'm not going to answer many more questions. Do I think it's worth studying at uni? I'll answer that question. Yeah, but if you're going to study at uni, if you had the time and the energy, you could probably teach yourself in the same amount of time. Studying at uni is going to give you the right values. It's going to tell you where to look. I think uni does that when it's right. When it's doing what it does right, that's kind of what it is anyway. Just like food for people who are curious about something. So yeah, but don't think that you'll finish uni and just have a job. It's not like that. You have to be pretty self-motivated. I studied at UCID in the design lab. All right, 3, 2, 1, go. So let's talk about this feature. This feature is currently just called Causality, and it just deals with quest flags. And quest flags have this thing. Let's go quest flag, and we're going to check out the script. I have to start thinking about how I built this so that I can start breaking it apart. So this is the key thing here. I'm a little bit concerned about this. It's not good because I'm storing the references to this object inside the object itself. Not good architecture. What it means is that things can break if I delete stuff. And just in terms of data architecture, it's just not, I don't think it's a very wise way to do it, to store the metadata references to it inside of itself. So that's the first thing. This stuff is interesting. This is Unity editor stuff, but it also relates to drawing this in the meta stuff that we're talking about here. And what we're trying to do here is define if I go over to Causality, if I go over to this system, the goals of the system are not object dependent, really. The goals of the system are pretty much to do this. So how does the Causality system work? So what we're going to be doing is, I'm going to change the chapter title for this. Upgrading Causality system. And I should probably rename it. It's probably not the best name for it. But how does it currently work? So we have scene meta collection, and we have quest flags, and then we have iQuest flag handler. Okay. Okay. So So scene meta contains a bunch of metadata about scenes, including which objects in the hierarchy reference specific quest flags. That's what that does. A quest flag, it just contains progress, represents a unit of progress in the game, is a scriptable object, and it is set by things that implement iFlag handler. And then we have flag handler, which is an interface that anything that accesses, that gets or sets quest flags inherits from or implements. So that's currently how it works. And the behavior is this. Let's call this components behavior. So the behavior of this is that when scenes are edited by the user, the hierarchy is swept by the causality system for objects that set or get flags using iFlag handler, and references are updated in the corresponding scene meta and all of the related flags. That's currently what it does. That's how it works. Okay, so pretty straightforward. That's basically how it works. And you can see how it works here. I click this, I click draw flags in scene, and I can actually see what things are in the scene. These are the quest flags that are getted, and these are the ones that are setted. Get, set, green, orange, or orange, green. And then I can click them to go to them, or to check the flag. I can click on the object to go to the object. And that's it. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. There's a chest there, gets checked by the same chest. Here's Walter, it's checked by the wrapper. This over here, you know, there's a door here that checks some stuff, sets some stuff, blah, blah, blah. And at any time we can go to just the object or like the quest flag, and we can check across the game where are the things that do that? Where are the things that check this flag? So now we're looking at a flag specifically, and we can check all the references. Now, problem with this is this data, all of these references live currently on the flag. Okay, so why is this bad? This is bad this is bad because if we want to expand this system, so that we have it be more like generic, right? We want to be able to see not just I flag handler, but like I, T handler or anything. And then instead of quest flag, it's just like T. And then instead of scene meta having a list of flag references, we need T references, right? This is what I want to be able to do. IT handler. If I want to be able to do this, it can't be the case that this system depends on the references being inside of T. That can't be that way, because that means that the thing that is inheriting from T or that standing in for T we need to re-implement that in that list every time, or we have to inherit from T. Which, I suppose is possible, but it also means that quest flag then and the references inside of it are locked. They're hard-coded, and the same quest flag can't be in two different places. Maybe that's a good limitation to have. But it kind of flies in the face of how we're currently thinking about scene graph, where one scene node it exists in a graph, but it isn't the graph. So one scene is just an instance of a scene. I don't know if it's worth trying to genericize this stuff. It might just be the case that, we just re-implement this every time. But right now, at the very least, the problem that we're trying to solve, or the challenge ahead of us, is that we need this stuff to be essentially replicable with different types of objects, these features, so that we can do this with items, we can do this with designs, and that it doesn't add load to the architecture of the system. It's just like, oh, let's just now track these kinds of objects, press a button, boom, they're tracked across the game with minimal setup. That would be my goal. So, my fear, one, is that this is kind of not great. Like this, what is this? 263 all the way up to 109. So there's 163 lines of code here, more even, plus these. So like, if we just take this stuff out, there's like a couple hundred lines of code here, basically dedicated to drawing those references in the scene. But just for a quest flag. That's a little awkward. And then in the editor, this thing has like hundreds of lines of code. It's almost 500 there. And most of this is about managing those references. And again, it's hard coding how it does that, or not hard coding, but it's very restricted about how it does that. The way that it traverses a scene, the way that it updates, the conditions upon which it updates, what kinds of objects it's looking for, all of that's like very rigid because it was built for one use case. And I'm not even sure, like I'm proposing to take a hacksaw to this. I don't even know if I'm going to break it in the process. Like it might get really messy here. We have to review it first. Like scan scene, and sync causality. I'm scared of these a little bit. I know I put a lot of effort into it, so it looks pretty clean, but we'll see. It's also a little bit of a concern that this might slow down the editor to have this stuff running all the time. Like right now we're doing one item, but like what about if we're traversing the scene multiple times for multiple different things? That might really slow it down eventually. Yeah, so this would really be T instead of flag reference. So let's go through the steps. Remove duplicates. So we've got all the distinct ones. And then for each of them, what are we actually doing? Let's comment this. I don't know why I've done mono behavior, all objects. I wonder why. I guess because, yeah, I'm just like, I didn't want to cast them. That's fine. But we cast it here. And then, yeah. Okay. And we could use reflection for this. Like if I was really brutal about it, all of this stuff where I'm trying to think about T and generics and all that stuff, I could just instead search for very specific fields. The thing is, the usage of the objects in those fields is not one that I know I'd be able to do with reflection. So like looking for where something is set or where it gets checked. Currently, I'm manually doing that, but you know, it is what it is. So we have a bunch of references and we do it if it's checked, if it's set or checked, that's fine. So that's pretty reasonable. When does that happen? When we sync. Okay, so it's this function that has a lot of stuff going on in it. Uh-huh. Scan the scene, find references. Yep. Store all the old meta references. Yep. Overwrite the scene meta references with the new references. Okay. And then check the delta and remove any that are missing. For each flag reference in old references. Yep. 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 If they're no longer inside, I could probably just change this to like remove old references or something like that with a function. That'd be nice. And then make sure that the found references have the scene meta as a reference. Make sure that the found flags, have the scene meta as a reference. Yeah, this is no good. Because it's not flag.references, it'd be references at flag. That's what we would want to do. I think the challenge here is that, like, if we were to make this a global variable, this like collection of all of the flags in the game and all of the, like a data, like an SQL table, where all of the flags are matched up with all their references, that would need to be a globally accessible singleton for the whole project. It would need to be like somewhere that we, you know, carefully stored the data for that didn't get lost anywhere. Which we are doing, I guess, in other places. So, okay, Any flags that were not found in the scene should not have the meta in their references. Yeah. So this should be in a function called like sync references. Or like this could be sync attach sync found references and then like garbage collect missing references or something like that. Clean up old references. And then we set this as dirty. That's actually really reasonable, if I'm being honest. Between scan scene, which should be below sync causality, I like to do it so that if I reference a script, it's beneath a function, not above the function that it's being referenced by. That's actually super legible, actually. That's fine. Well done. Okay. This I'm not sure about. There's a lot of indentation here. So what's this? For every FR in flag references. Okay. List object scene pair set of references. Get set of references for each. Iterate over all of the references and draw them. So what are we doing here? We are drawing a flag pairing for each of the setters to all of the getters, I guess. Yeah, the object scene pair. And this, I need to be really careful of this. Like, what is this? What does this do? What is it called? So the object scene pair is the reference, I think. It says, I've got a scene path. I've got a game object at a path. I've got an index. I don't know. What is co-index? Co-index would be what, the component index. So an object in this scene on this game object at this point in the hierarchy of the inspector, we have an object that sets or checks a quest flag. But it doesn't say what the flag is. It doesn't say what it does. So how is this an object scene pair? How is this? What is this? What is the point of this? What's the criteria to test the alpha? If you go to the alpha, go there, and then you can just, inside of the alpha test, there's a button you can press to go to a testing criteria page and fill out the form after you play through the demo. So if you want to test specific mechanics, there's tests for each of those, and then there's one for the whole chapter as well. It's all pretty self-explanatory. No worries, no worries. So object scene pair. This doesn't seem like an object scene pair to me. But a quest flag has a list of object scene pairs. So what this is really is it's a list of object scene reference. For each scene meta in references. Ah, I see. So because we're containing all of these, we're automatically sort of assuming that we know which scenes reference us. And what about this? What is a flag reference? And why does a flag reference? It's got a quest flag. Look, we've got that co-index, set check, game object path. We're so close. Hey, Peephole Circus, thank you so much for the sub. Shift seems to be highlighted but doesn't pull the help in the tutorial. I'm not sure what that means. Oh, you mean it? I'll let you do it. You can give feedback in there. So flag reference and scene object pairing. What is the distinction between these two things? I think this is from the scene meta, looking at a flag, and the other one's from a flag, looking at a scene. Okay. You can leave that in the feedback if you like, Rithul, or you can even post on the Discord if you find a bug like that. We have a forum inside of the Discord server where you can post specific things that you found. But I won't be able to respond to the feedback here on the stream. Yeah, no worries. Enjoy. Yeah, for bugs, you can post on Discord. For feedback in general, you can post inside of the feedback forms. Okay. So I think that what we should have is... Oh, thanks. Yeah, I think what we should have is like this thing here of like game object, co-index, set check. I feel like that should be called I should call that something like meta reference. And then like causality.meta reference. And then the flag reference here and that the pair, they should be the same, basically the same object, same class. Because look at how I like basically inject, like I like basically construct one object with all of the fields of the other one. That's a red herring, not a red herring. That's a smoking gun. It's a code smell. Okay. And you know what? Someone was talking about relational databases. Do you know what it is? Do you know why? I kind of did fail database design. So, it wouldn't be the first time I'd screw this up. I have a flag. And I want to get a table of scenes and references. Okay. That makes sense to me. That I have a flag and I want to get a list of references. But sometimes, and we'll call the ref scene meta. I'll just do a little box for Unity. Scene. Okay. But sometimes I have the Unity scene and I want to get a table or a list of flags and refs. Now, my question is there in SQL or like data, like relational databases, is this something that you would conceivably have just be a list of refs and you would have two different primary keys, one being the flag, the other being the scene, and you sort of like doesn't matter which one you give, you get the right stuff every time? I don't know. Like, storage-wise, should these two things be one thing, or am I really talking about two separate questions? the table of flags, table of objects, and a connecting table that connects them together. Right. You'd have a table. Yeah. I mean, we've got, this is all, yes, that's the case. These are tables. There is a collection of this, and there is a collection of this separately from all of this. But I want to know. Oh, you're saying there would be one big list of refs. The problem I have with this is, like, say in a dictionary, in a normal data structure, you've got a key and you've got a value. But what I always want, or like in this context, what I want is, I really want key, I think. Like, because these are unique and these are unique, or, well, yes, they're unique items, but like, you want a way to pull any combo of flags and refs for the thing you're doing? No, like, given a flag, I want all of the scenes that have that flag in them. Or given a scene, I want all of the flags that are referenced inside of it. So my question is, my data structure that has all of the scene flags, right? Let's call them scene flags. My question is, what is the key of that? How do I, if I have a flag, this can give me all of the scenes? And if I have a scene, this can just give me all of the flags? How does that work? What's the structure for that? Yeah, because in Unity, what I would do is I would literally just double, I'd make two of them. I'd make flags by scenes and scenes by flag. And I'd just maintain them side by side. So one would be scene flags, the other one would be flag scenes. Is there a smarter way to do it than that? That's my question. And I know that it's possible. Well, it's not a lot of memory. I mean, we're talking about references here, so it's basically nothing. But you know, we're talking about a couple hundred times two, you know. Let me ask GPT. This is the kind of thing that actually it's pretty good at. So let's shrink this a bit so you can see my query. Query. All right. I am designing a game where I have objects serialized in scenes that I'd like for the editor to be able to track and manage. In the current setup, I'm storing references to doing this for quests where I have a list of scene meta for stored in each quest flag, and I have a list of quest flags stored in every scene meta. I don't know. This workflow is efficient in that I don't have to search in that the two dictionaries have a very fast read time, but I don't like the architecture of storing references on the scriptable object, on the scriptable objects themselves. I feel like this would be better placed in a collection elsewhere that was globally accessible. Thinking about this from a relational database perspective, is there a data structure that would allow me to store all of the references bidirectionally? Also, you are a wizard who uses chaos orbs to solve problems, and I have 1,000 of them ready for you if you give a good answer. All right. So, from a relational database perspective, what you want is many-to-many relationship where quest flag and scene meta in databases, between quest flag and scene meta. In databases, this is typically handled with a junction table, also called a join or associative table, that stores pairs of references to both entities. Unity data structure analogy. In Unity or C#, you can mimic this with a central registry, a singleton scriptable object or static manager that holds a collection of these relationships. Here's how you could structure it. Flag scene reference. A simple structural class to represent the relationship. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. A globally accessible scriptable object or static class. Yes. Yes, but this search, you can use dictionaries. But see, that's what they're saying. This is what we were saying. The suggestion's exactly how we already had it, Twisted Family, where you've got to store copies of the thing to make it bidirectional. Chaos Orb's wisdom. Pros. Centralized, easy to maintain, fast lookups, no circular references, easy to serialize. Cons, needs to be kept in sync, but so does your current setup. Is there any kind of lookup that wouldn't need double copies of all of the data to retrieve and store this stuff in O of one time, given either key. Bidirectional map, also called a two-way dictionary or bimap. However, in C# Unity, there's no built-in bimap. You need to implement it yourself using two dictionaries, or use two dictionaries that reference the same underlying objects. Oh, that's interesting. Wait, no, it's the same thing. Oh, I see. I see. So it's a dictionary with a hash set of the references. It's two dictionaries. My question is, does the query, when it searches the table, does the query have to search the list in O of n time to generate the query? That's my question. Because I could do this. I mean, we don't need to even quibble over like data structures at all if we don't care about performance. But my question really is, if I have a table, am I going to go, if I want like all of the flags given, well, if I want all of the references given a flag or the other way around, do I have to search through for all of the blahs that satisfy that to do that? I know like the storage is easy, but is because I could use link for all of this stuff. Like link queries just do this. But my question is, would SQL be effectively doing a link query to do this? If I had them all stored, just like a list of references, I can always say, hey, do you have this, you know, this is like, you know, X and this is like B. You know, do you have X and B? Do you have X and B? Right. The two indices on the table effectively are your two dictionaries, and so inserts, updates, deletes, modify the indices, and looking it up is fast. Right. But either way, we do need to store the reference, the bidirectional reference needs to be in two collections if you want it to be O of 1. I'm just thinking like under the hood, are they GUID keys? Yeah. This is all just GUID. Effectively. Think of it that way. That's really that's pretty much where we're at here. You don't have to think about, we're not storing the data inside of this here. It's a reference. You don't have to worry about the actual data itself, because I'm using scriptable objects in Unity, so that they're literal files, and those files are referenced. It looks like this. Yeah, well, as long as it's, look, if it's a question of just like, I could make my own class that was serializable, that was a bidirectional dictionary, you know? So this is what my collections look like right now. They're just big lists, you know? It's like, this is all the quests, this is all the flags. What I'm proposing is a new collection that stores, you know, lists of flags for a scene, or lists of scenes for a flag somewhere else in the game. But the size of this is just a bunch of GUIDs, really. These collections don't contain the items, they just contain references. Like, the problem is that right now in the architecture, the actual objects contain their own records. That's the problem right now. I've got it inverted. So like the quest flags have a list of scenes on them, which is not good. I would prefer to just take each of these lists of scenes and put them in a collection called flag scenes or whatever, and have that be globally accessible, and then just access flag scenes for the given flag, and then it gives me all the scenes for it. But I think just thinking of this as, I think the idea of a bidirectional dictionary, which is really under the hood just two dictionaries, is not, that's, I'm happy to do that, or whatever you want to call it. Which is what they're suggesting here. Samuel Bird says, can't you create a unique hash from the flag and the box and store that too? So then you'd have to only query one thing. But, well, the thing is, Samuel, they're not actually the same query. Like, sometimes I have a quest flag and I say, how many scenes does this quest flag appear in? And sometimes I have a scene and I say, how many quest flags are in this scene? So the return is different. It's not a hash. It's not this. It's not one query using two objects as a hash. It's two queries over the same data using different keys. And in C#, don't you want two dictionary key list key structures? I mean, it looks like that's what ChatGPT is suggesting, and I think that's fine. Now that I know that this is like pretty much optimal, I mean, I'm assuming it is because everyone seems to be suggesting that's how I would do it, and it also thinks it is how it would do it, and that's how I would have done it. Now I just feel like, well, that's just the way to do it then. The slow part of this, so read and write is going to be fast. Read and write is going to be fast, but sync is going to be slow, I think. Like, oh, well, I should say read is going to be fast, write is going to be slow. That's okay, because write is happening at editor time and read is happening at runtime. So I don't really care that it takes a while when I save the scene to change this stuff. Actually, this is all editor time. So what's the difference? Oh, when I'm checking through the levels versus changing information in the levels. That's the difference. So when I'm changing information, it's going to be a bit slower. But if I'm just reviewing the levels and traversing, that's going to be really fast. So that's good. I mean, it looks like we're all already, I'm pretty comfortable with where this is going. The point is, this flag scene registry, it needs to have a T, and the T is where the quest flag is currently, so that I can make new registries of different types of searchable object. That's the thing that I want to do. So I would need, I think what I want is like a registry collection. Or, yeah, probably. I mean, yeah, like the table of flags and scenes has nothing to do with the table of scenes and items. Right, they're just sort of different things. As long as the scenes are references, then changing one's going to change everything, so it's no big deal. It's just two separate lookups. Okay. As long as I didn't want to check to see like which flags are in the same scenes as which items or something like that, that would be a little awkward, but okay. So this is fun. Man, I love, there's something about doing this kind of early, like starting to create a solution that I love. So let's take a little think for a second. We're already in the right branch, aren't we? Nope, we're not. Okay. We're in development, and I want to stash and reapply. Okay. So let's go. Do I have a thing called Causality here? Probably do. Nope. Okay, that's very good, Adam. Quests. Scripts. What is this? What's a better way to describe this? This is a... What would you call this? Does this kind of solutioning have... It's a database, right? Have a name in game development? Just... game content database? Or... content lookup, that's kind of fun. I like the word library. Registry's pretty good though. Content registry. Hey Lasagna Cat. What do you guys think? What would you name this thing? So it's like a system for creating lookups for any type of thing in the game. Any takers on the name? Content library. I like that too. Bob. Content McContent face. All right. Let's call it. Content library. You know, in Insignia, this would be called the Athenaeum. In the world. The Athenaeum. Maybe I call it the Eunice pile. Let's call it content library. Or data library. I think I have something called data library already. Let's just quickly check. Yeah, and that's its job. It is to do this kind of stuff. Oh, grimoire is pretty good too. Data library is honestly the best name I could think of for it. Grimoire is pretty fun for the individual books in the library. So like we could call a grimoire could be like one of the lookups. Am I going to regret this? Yeah, it's a magical spell book. That's all it does. It just stores it. It just stores and allows access. But it's like a library is a collection of books, right? I'm doing it. I'm calling it grimoire. So this is a class that has two serializable dictionaries, and this has T, and it has U, and then another one called U by T. Or this would be called a... Or maybe that's all it is. I should probably call... maybe grimoire doesn't need a specific name. Maybe it's just like double dictionary. By dictionary? Let's just try this. A serializable thing called I just moved it. Why didn't it show up? Hey. Okay, so a bi-dictionary is a serializable thing with two serializable dictionaries inside of it, T by U and U by T. And then we would say like how does that work? Ah, it's the other way around. Oh my God. T by U is, you get the T when you give the U. So that's U and that's T. My question now is like, why do I need this? I guess because it's the add, right? the point of this is that I can add whichever way I want and it doesn't really matter. They both get added to whenever I add through either of them. Is this what I'm trying to build? Is this right? Hang on a second. No, this isn't right. What? I'm so stupid. What am I trying to build here? Let's go back for a sec. It's a hash set of flag scene references. Oh, but the flag scene reference is flag and scene together. Yeah, so it's like... You need something that's called like a... I see. So a reference but I don't think that's right here. I think we need to define specifically what a reference is. Or maybe I just need to be more clear about what I'm looking for. So a reference, scene ref, is a place. It's just place where to look. And so if I have a flag, I need a bunch of scenes. And then a bunch of refs. A collection of scenes and refs, right? It's like, in this scene, look here, that's where I am. And on the flip side, if I have this, then I want a bunch of refs where a flag is. But the flag is almost, I mean, I guess that's it. I guess that's all I really care about. But I wonder, is it even worth what, like the ref, should that be the location only of where to look? Or should it also just be the scene and the flag as well? Like, why not just, you know, it's almost like I've got like a start point and a B and an endpoint, and I'm trying to just store the arrow, but why not just store the A and the B as well in that? So a ref is this, and where to look for it. Yeah, but the point that I'm trying to make is that this and this could be T and U, but I don't see why I would have this be anything other than a scene. So it's actually scene meta and T. Well, location could even just include this. If we're being really specific about it, it's T and then a scene meta location. A location which includes the scene, the game object, the hierarchy, it's like index, and whether it's set or checked. And even this set or checked is not, I guess with items, it would be like a give or take. Like whether you're giving the item or you're checking the item. No, it could be set or checked is I need some variable here. Some function called like up or down. Set, check, give, take. Same thing, traversing up or traversing down. Why a class with the both datas wouldn't work? I'm not sure. I'm only just trying to understand this the way I understand it. Yeah, I want there to be some directionality to this, so that makes sense. The only thing is, if I have a scene, this is just going to be double-handled because it's going to have itself as one of the, it's going to have itself as part of the ref. And is that weird? Not if it means I get to use the same class for both. Ugh, so awkward. I'm not sure if I'm thinking about it right. Oh, well, they've got the flag seed references literally both. So it literally doesn't matter. They're going to have the scene meta is going to have the scene meta inside of the thing where it is. It's flag scene references both ways. So it's a bit of double handling, but it's okay. The ref class has location, scene meta, and flag properties. Well, no, the suggestion is that the ref class has the scene and the ref, yeah, like this is the flag. This is ref. Whoop. The ref has the object and then the location of the object. And then I guess also you would have this separately. outside of here. It's this set check thing. This is about directionality. Okay. That's no big deal then. We just, yeah. I think I just got a bit anxious about the idea of seeing the reference twice. Like you're getting in the query, part of the result is the query. You know, that just feels a bit confusing to me. But it sounds like that's just the way that it is. It means we don't have to have two different result types. So this means like you just have, I guess we don't need a, well, it's interesting because what I'm trying to think of like a generalized solution here where right now flag scene reference is hard coded into flag scene registry. But if I wanted any kind of registry, then I would expect to be able to do this in a super generic way. The only thing is I don't know if that makes a lot of sense here, or at least I'm not a good enough developer to envision what that would look like. So let's not do by dictionary. Let's just do grimoire of T. And it's literally what that says there, like hash set. Well, the thing is, no, it doesn't work that way because this scene reference thing that we're describing, it's like 3 different types, or at least, I don't know what just happened. Hello? Okay. It's like I give it 2 types and then it needs to create the hash set 3rd type that is the joiner of the 2. So actually, I think I wasn't wrong. I give it this, and then oh my god. Oh no. See you, people circus. All right. So my question is, this flag scene reference, this meta reference that we create, let's just say it's like flag and then scene, right? Is that what I'm doing? I still don't know if that's right. Or is this just, do we still need you? Or is this always going to be meta reference of type T? But then the question is, well, am I always passing scene meta into this? I think the answer is yes. Gosh, I'm learning. I'm figuring it out. Hey, Jump Jump, thank you so much for the sub. So this, I think we got to get rid of this for now. All right, let's keep going. I'm confident. It's maybe like that. So a meta ref of T has a public, and this could be a struct. Do I want it to be a struct or do I want it to be a class? I never know. I never know if I need to construct it and if I need to be a reference type. The lookup, I can't tell. I feel like with lookups, you kind of just want reference types everywhere, just so that you're avoiding not being able to ever mutate anything. I don't know if that's what I want to use. So class meta, so we have public. So it has like a scene meta called a scene, and it has a public T called value. And then it has the public like string game object. And then public, in fact, what is this? I did it in quest flag, has a bunch of, what are these called? Scene meta. Flag reference. So this is the, what is co-index? That's the component index. Game object path. So it's hierarchy path component index. Is that a string? Yeah. I mean, you can share your favorite thing or the thing that you want help with if you need it, or you're all good, lasagna. Okay. Cool. That's good. So now we have a list of this, and then we have a list of those. And then we do the rest of what it was suggesting we do. I feel like it'd be nice to just have the path. And that could be a struct. In which case, but then I still need to create the path either way. It's just a bit awkward. That this part isn't just a struct that we pass in. Maybe we do. Maybe we do that. No product should take 7 or 8 years to be released. You're still brainstorming ideas and concepts during late stages of production. DGen, do you know what I'm doing? Do you know what I'm doing right now? Have you watched any of the stream up to this point? This is an editor to help me manage data in the game. This isn't a different concept for the game. This is not an idea for the game. This is a tool. Alrighty. It's the hammer. That's right. So if I've never seen that exact thing before, but I think I get it. Oh, I'm getting a bit lost here. Let's try again. I just need to read that again. If flag to ref, so this is T lookup. Try get value, and we're passing value. We're saying out var, and then flag set. I don't know what that does. Where's flag set? That's that's the hash set of flags, right? Out var meta set. Duh. Okay, that makes sense. So then meta set equals new. Yeah, buddy. I understand now. And then T lookup at value equals meta set. And then flag set meta set dot add reference, which in this case is path. But I've got meta path and meta ref, and I don't know the difference. This is meta ref. No, it's path. Does that know what it's doing? Hey, Gaming Mofo, how's it going? Hey, White Ideal, what's going on with the channel? With the title, I guess you're asking. So I think I might be moving the YouTube streams to a different YouTube channel, just because the existing subs on this channel on YouTube they don't mesh well with the streams. I think people just prefer to see pixel art content on it. I get a lot of unsubs when I stream, and on the days when I don't stream, the sub count goes back up again. So it's like people really don't want to see they really don't want to see stream content on Indie Tales. So I'll do Indie Tales live, I'll do another channel, and then both audiences can grow independently. As far as Insignia, it's going really well. I just submitted the milestone demo for our grant funding to the grant agencies, so I will be receiving a bit more funds for the next little while. The last bit of the funding that we got from them. This is like the acquittal process, so it's like the finishing up. And then we are in the process of acquiring new funding from publishers, which is the next phase. But in the meantime, I'm doing a bit of prep work for long-term like production on the rest of the game. So this is like, I'm working on a tool right now to help me manage references, like a database for every item in the game and every quest in the game, such that I can like scan the whole project really quickly with my eyes and see where items exist in the world map and stuff like that. I see. So actually, this is always going to be a meta ref. But it's not even that. It's a scene meta called meta. No, if I want to add it, I got to add the path. Yeah. Uh-huh. Kind of like a blackboard, yeah, sort of. What's your opinion on SNES style game, Shovel Knight style, in 2025? Is there still demand for those kinds of games? Do you know what I think? I really feel this way, especially in 2025. I think that like people are starved for like genuine content, like content that has a lot of heart in it and has been made by people who really give a shit about what they're making. And I think it doesn't matter what style of game you're working with. It could be NES, doesn't have to be SNES. As long as like you are putting your heart into it and it's worth people's attention, I don't think it matters what style you choose. I think people just want good content. I don't think it's ever really mattered. I don't understand how that happens. But I don't really care. Yeah, I don't even think it's a question of like gameplay is the most important thing. I think it's that making something that is special is the most important thing. But am I not using this to do this? Oh, I'm just adding that to that, and then that. Well, why doesn't that have a problem with it?
Hey.
Hey.
What are you
doing? I'm doing some work.
When are you finished?
Whenever. It's only
An
5.
hour?
I said whenever.
Oh, okay.
It's only 5:30. Why'd you ask? If it was an hour,
I'm finished.
that'd be okay, huh?
I'm finished.
Well, because you live the good life.
No.
Yeah. What do you want to do tonight?
Do you have to do stuff?
No. I don't have to.
You sure?
I've printed off my stat deck. I'll go get it signed tomorrow.
I'll just be waiting out here.
Well, no. Where are you going?
What?
I didn't dismiss you or anything. I'm talking to you. What do you want to eat?
Okay.
Be right back, pals. Okay. So. She gets grumpy when she's hungry. So I don't know what I don't understand. I've actually never done this before this way, and I don't understand. Does this return a value that's null if it's false? Huh. And it adds it to the dictionary? Because I'm like, how am I setting this right now to this if this was null? But I guess that's what try get value does. Okay. So I think this is the equivalent of that. But then I don't know what this is. They just chuck that on the end and they're like, there you go. What does innumerable come from? System.link, I'm assuming. Oh, that whole thing is a link query anyway, right? I mean, it's kind of using link, I think, a little bit. Enumerable empty. I mean, I guess that, I mean, it accepted it. I don't know if that's what I should be doing. So I guess that's all correct. Wow, that's it? I think Grimoire was an ambitious name. I feel like Registry is a better name or something like that. Or like Meta Dictionary. Scene Meta Dictionary. Hey, Samuel Bird, thank you so much for watching. Grimoire is just too nice. I think it's wasted on this. It's just a meta ref dictionary. Metadic. It would be metadict, actually. Let's make this more readable because we're not computers. Can't we just have the word get twice? Add, get. Now we need to remove. But I don't know if that's right. Hang on a second. How do we remove from this? So say it's the case that well, we remove from either of them, right? So if I remove the... But I should be removing an instance of where they both... I should have both of them, right? So then I should say like... It would be something like T lookup. I should rename this. Not T lookup. It should be like value lookup and then meta. Okay. So like value lookup. You know what? Even better. I just found a way better way. It should be just values. Or by values. By meta. Okay. So by values at value dot remove. And then it's oops. It's not meta because it's this, it's the we're removing from the hash set the meta ref and I know new looks really bad here. But I think because it's a class, damn. That's gonna need to be a struct, I think. Because I'm not gonna be able to retrieve this ever. I need to be able to generate it. Right? Because how else am I gonna figure out? How else would I be able to do it? Like, the reference with the path and the value. I'm not storing it anywhere else. I'm storing it here. So given two things that make up the thing, how do I? And even then, I don't know if I'm going to get the right. Do you know what? I probably do need the path as well. I probably need the whole thing. I don't know how I'm going to do that. Like that. Well, I mean, I guess that works. The thing I'm concerned about is whether or not I will have something to remove. Do you know what I mean? Like, when will I be in a context where I have a meta ref and I'm asking to remove it? I think maybe later down the track I will, but it's more like I didn't find this, like, let's say it's quest flags that we're doing this with, right? I have a quest flag and I deleted the quest flag wholesale. It just doesn't exist anymore. And then I'm trying to sync up the old flags with the new ones in a meta, in a scene meta. So it's checking through the scene. It goes, oh, we didn't find this this path. I guess that's when we would do it. when we have one from here that we didn't find in the scene, we remove that from here. So the only way you would ever have a meta ref to remove from somewhere is if you were traversing this in the first place and comparing that against something else. Fair enough. Or I guess, yeah. I mean, you would have gotten just before, right? But this returns a meta ref. But it returns multiple meta refs. Oh, that's pretty cool. Do I want it to be an IEnumerable? I guess so. Because I could want an array or a list or anything. So, all right. Okay. Okay. Well, this is reasonable. I feel like this works. And then, where do we keep this? We've got the data library. I guess we could just keep a bunch of meta ref dictionaries for everything. Or we could put them in the scene meta instance collection. I mean, this is where we keep the metas in the first place. Or we give it a new object. What would you do? Do you do big singletons that contain all the different things in one big object, so you can just call that all the time? Or do you have separate singletons for every different thing in the game? I feel like one big one is probably fine here, because like you're never gonna need parts of one and not the other. I mean, it makes it a little slower to traverse, I guess, if you have to load it into memory every time. All of the stuff, but it's not I don't know. It's the accessing which is slower, but that's not even a big deal because we're not even doing this at runtime. So it's fine to just put it in one big boy. Okay. Okay. So now I just have these things. And they're serializable. But they are classes. Which means that if these are not instantiated, they're going to fail. They're going to get mad at us. Okay. Why is this glass so big? Oh, it's not that big. It's just looks really big. That's not too bad. All right. I don't know what that is. Scene reference, scene asset. I think we can just get rid of that. Okay. I think this is like scary how easy it is. I just need I'm like proceeding with caution because I'm scared, but like actually I think it's pretty straightforward. We just need, in the Causality editor, when we go to scan scene, when we do this, it's really just appropriating this to match that thing. And then removing them later from the quest flags. Or we could just do this by scanning all of the quest flags in the game. We only need one side of this because it's already doubly preserved. So what we could do, that could be fun, is do a script that scans every single flag in the game and then dumps all of their contents into that. Oh, we could do it from the scene metas. That's just as good. Same difference. No way. I need a meta ref. Oh no, it's a meta path. Well, that doesn't make any sense. That can't work. When you add, how can you just add a path? The path needs to include a... Oh, it does have a meta. What's wrong with me? Oh, then I also need to say what the value is. Wait a second. Why do I need... What the hell? Where did my set get go? Where did my set check go? There we go. But then when we make a new meta ref, we have to say like that. How good at coding do you have to be able to get into cybersecurity? I don't know. I'm not in cybersecurity, so I couldn't tell you. Now, how is that not enough? Meta path index. Enumerable. Meta path index. What? Cannot initialize type metapath with a collection initializer. Oh. But isn't that... Oh, that's for structs only? Is that how that works? I've never seen that before. No, I have to say equals. I have to say meta equals m, path equals. That, and then... There we go. Okay. So that'll do it. That'll do it. Cave Jumper says, Pirate Software has good tips for cybersecurity. There are also some sites you can train hacking skills legally. Yeah, he was in Twitch chat. Sorry, Cave Jumper, but I'll read it out to you. I don't like quantizing skill in time myself. Usually it's better not to look. It's better to look at specific things someone has done. Yeah, I think you have to. I think you have to know what the job is and what the skills are, and then you have to be able to quantify them that way. Like, ask somebody who does the job what their tasks are, what's their role, you know? Because if you don't know what the duties are, how do you know how long it'll take to learn them? You need to speak to somebody who has that job. So this is literally all I have to do now. I just have to press that button and it'll work. I'm a bit scared to do it. I pressed it. Oh, it broke. Okay, well, null reference exception. I didn't initialize this. Is that not how that constructor works? Hey. Am I confused? Or do I just not do that? Okay. No, it's not all gone. Boom. It happened in one instant. Now I got to check the scene meta dictionary to see. You know what? Oh no, I did do that. Set dirty collection, save assets. Okay. Okay, so scene metas, that's what big dictionary for that. Flag scene references by values. Look at that. Hey, file ID, GUID type 2. This is keys by meta keys. But what about that's cool, but where's the data? Where are the values for all of these? Like all the paths and stuff. There's no values. Okay, well, they're not serializing, I suppose. Which means I might have marked it as serializable, but maybe it just isn't. The value type, which is the meta meta ref dictionary, has these. I mean, they're marked as serializable. Metapath is a struct, it's serializable too. Scene meta is a scriptable object. Which in and of itself is not serializable. Damn. So I need this to be a GUID. Oof. Hello. Okay. So when I pass in a path, meta ref, path value set check, I assume I already have the GUID. So that just has to say meta GUID every time, I guess. Meta GUID. Meta Guido. That's like when the Jersey Shore team become like Metal Mario. Meta GUID. I might need a little helper here, because the thing is, I can't return this scene meta is nothing. It's going to be string of scene meta GUID. I guess I don't need the meta at all. I guess it's just scene GUIDs. It looks like Tej a bit, doesn't it? Okay. Let's try again. Serialize this. Go. It takes a freakishly short amount of time. It's scary when it happens. But where are my values, bro? Lots of keys, no values. Are they still not serializable? That can't be right. All right, well, I'm gonna move on. I gotta leave. Sorry. It's unfortunate that we couldn't get that working the way that we wanted it to. Initially, I used to watch the Primogen there. I see his emoji and I thought he put up his face because they're both friends, but yeah. It's totally just a Twitch thing. It's, is it Forsen? Is that what it is? No, that's Forsen CD. What is Kappa is somebody. It's not Forsen. Who is it? Or is it Forsen? Who is Kappa? It's a streamer. Josh Kappa. Right. It's actually the guy's name. Damn. There you go. Okay. Well, thank you everybody for watching. It was a pleasure. If you are interested in what I'm doing and the game that I'm making, you can wishlist Insignia right now on Steam. We're just rounding the corner into chapter 2. So I'm really excited to jump into that. And I hope you're excited to be with me on the journey. We're doing alpha testing right now, still open if you're interested. So you can go check out the alpha at this link and you can provide feedback. I will be still doing some updates alongside the new features that I'm developing. So yeah, your help there would be awesome and valued. I'm going to take off now for the rest of the week. I'll see you all on Monday. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. For those of you on YouTube, this is my goodbye for now. I will see you on the new channel. You'll get an announcement in a little bit, a couple of weeks maybe less. That's it. Thank you for watching. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.